Okay. Hopefully that's all working. I love technology. Technology is my favourite part of my job and my hobbies and all the things I choose to do in my free time. Howdy folks, how we doing? Hopefully you're having a lovely day today. Just hop on over. Technology is my favourite part. Yeah, looks like we're good. Looks like we're good. He says, wistfully, hopefully. Oh. How we doing? Oh, been a hot second. I'm a tired, slightly unwell boy. Well, rather unwell actually, but you know, we do what we can. But we have a very cool event to play. If you aren't familiar, or you somehow missed it, the lovely Thea Booysen paired up with the guys at Lorcana Play Network to try and host the single biggest Lorcana event you've ever seen, or ever will see, or ever might see. It's pretty cool, and we like to support that kind of stuff even when we're a bit under the weather, because that's how the game grows, that's how it gets better. So we're playing in the event. There is currently 451 players registered. Looking forward to seeing how many of those actually are still here post check-in, because of course we will lose some of them. So we're expecting, well, if everyone turns up, it'd be a 9-round event followed by top 8 cut. I would be surprised if it was actually that big. It's a good chance it's 8, I would think. But we are playing Amethyst Steel today. If you're not familiar with the deck, this is currently my favourite deck in the game. I haven't spent too much time playtesting it, to be honest, because I have been a busy bee. Yeah, that's an understatement. But I know the deck is good. It has a reasonable matchup into Ruby Amethyst, which is definitely the deck I expect to see the most of. And I am built in a way where I am not horribly soft to Amber Steel, which is the other deck I kind of expect to see a chunk of. So our event should be starting in just under 10 minutes, which is awesome. Obviously there are tons of things I have to just keep half an eye on, because people are talking and, you know, all kinds of setup stuff is going on in the background, so we're just making sure we aren't missing anything important. It's my first time I've ever used the Lorcana Play Network website, so there's a lot of finicky nonsense that I'm kind of getting used to and making sure that I don't completely guff. But I'll break down this deck while we've got a few minutes before we start, and we'll take it from the top. So if you aren't familiar with the concept, what did I just add? Not an aerial, we don't want to do that. Amethyst Steel is very close to Ruby Amethyst in its play patterns. We're still doing bouncy shenanigans, we're still doing Madam Mim, Merlin nonsense. But we do it in a way where we gain access to Beast Tragic Hero, and we have access to better anti-aggro tools, which I think in general makes you a more cohesive deck all around. I'm also a really big fan of going slightly bigger than the majority of the Ruby Amethyst decks that are being played right now. And you can do that in Amethyst Steel because, well, basically you get to pack a chunk of Ursula's, Elsa's, Tragic Heroes, all these single threats that are very innately powerful by themselves. So things that shouldn't be too much of a surprise here, to be honest. We are on 4 Olaf and a single Captain Hook as our 1-cost cards. I'm on 3 Eric, 1 Hook. I want 4 of the good early challengers for the more aggressive matchups, but I don't want 4 Eric. I think Eric is the better one for the most part, but I wanted a 5th 1-cost card to be able to pick up with Madam Mim Snake, to be able to play it on turn 2. Madam Mim Snake, of course, much like Madam Mim Fox, we are on 4 of each. We are going to be boinking our things around plenty as the games go on. Friends on the other side, of course, just one of the best cards in Amethyst, much like Maleficent Sorceress. We're down to 3 Maleficent Sorceress and 4 Friends. I think Friends is a better card, and Rabbit does kind of replace somewhat of what Sorceress used to do for us. Speaking of Rabbit, we're on the full 8 4-cost Merlins as well. Goat is the GOAT for obvious reasons. The card is great. Rabbit is also spectacular, and I think it's the better draw card of the two out of Sorceress and Rabbit, especially when we're playing as many Yzmas as I am, because Yzmaing your own Rabbit is pretty crackers. Speaking of Yzma, we're on 3. I think this is the right number to play of Yzma right now, not only because Yzmaing your own Rabbit is an incredible value line that is going to come up more than you'd think, but you want a good clean answer to opposing Cinderella Stout-Hearted, to opposing Beast Tragic Heroes, to get them off the table without leaving them around for several turns, and Yzma is the best way for you to do that on a stick in Amethyst. And as I say, our top end here a little bigger than most decks. We're on 2 Ursula, 3 Elsa. I'm a really big fan of Ursula right now. I think the card is spectacular against GOAT decks in general. And Elsa is my favourite piece of top end in Lorcana, full stop. I think the card is fantastic. And I would love playing with it. The steel cards are not that surprising either. There'll be a couple that are tucked behind my face here that I'll kind of break down for you while we've got the time. As I say, the 1 Captain Hook and 3 Eric split is kind of where I like my early game to be. I'm on 2 Benja. I think playing 0 Benja is suicidal. You do need a way in your deck to answer problematic items, even though I don't expect the decks to turn up too much that are item focused. I think not playing any is a bit silly, and 2 is the number I settled on in the end. My 3-cost spell split is a bit weird. Call it a bit of a hedge. I think Let the Storm Rage On is the best of the bunch, and I think Strength of a Raging Fire is the worst of the bunch. But I do think you want a mix of these effects. They answer different problems. So I'm on 5 of these total. I've got the single copy of Smash as a hedge for things like Mini out of the Ruby Amethyst decks, Ariel out of Amber Steel. I want a cleaner answer to those cards in the deck, and Smash instead of a 2nd Strength or a 4th. Let the Storm Rage On means I have access to one of those in a card that fills a similar role against most other cards in the format, if not quite as efficient as Let the Storm Rage On, if they're smaller. We are on 2 Tinkerbell, 2 Tiny Tinkerbell, to be able to shift on up into Big Tinkerbell. In the aggressive matchups, we are on 4 Big Tinkerbell. It's fantastic with all the bounce cards in this deck, and one of the reasons to be Steel. And then, of course, 4 Beastie, 4 Grab Your Swords. Nothing too surprising there in terms of the way that's played out. That is the reasons to be Steel. These cards are incredible, and I don't really see myself playing a Steel deck without them anytime soon, truth be told. So, as I say, we're just going to chill for a little bit. I apologise if you're hanging out and I don't catch any messages or anything talkative or the like. I am hopping around Discord servers and the like, just to make sure I'm not missing anything. There is a chunk of stuff I'm not familiar with on the Lorcana Play Network, and I just don't want to keep everybody waiting. That would be rude. So I am taking my time to just dip around, privy around, and make sure that everything is all fine and dandy. But hopefully it should be a fun day. Again, I like supporting these styles of events when I can. I don't always get the chance, but this is the kind of thing that the game needs to continue growing. So any chance I get to come and play something for a bit of fun. Literally there's only prizes for the top 16 here, and there are over 450 people. So you're going to have to run pretty pure to be making any bank. There is some cash up for grabs there, and promos and invitations and stuff. So plenty of cool prizes, which is cool, which is great. But we'd have to run pretty damn pure to get ourselves there. Awesome. So yeah, what, maybe 3 minutes until we're looking at an official start. So I imagine this is now panic mode for all of the tournament admins and stuff. Because everyone's like, how do I do this? Where do pairings happen? How does this work? Why do my farts smell? It's very much that time of the day for the tournament admins, so bless them. It is panic mode. Hey, Scowling, thank you. I appreciate it. Of course, I mean, I just grabbed the hoodie off my my bed sit this morning, so it happens to coincide that I'm rocking the LSS one, but different card game today with the other one that I write about for a living, funnily enough. But I don't get to play anywhere near as much, so hopefully we'll have a bit of fun, have a good time, and take it from there. Should be a blast, I hope. Fingers crossed. People don't know how to read. That'll tell me who my opponent is, but how do I know how to challenge them? There's a whole thread in the Discord server telling you how to set up a challenge for people that have never used it before. But reading is a myth. Looking forward to the article. Yeah, man, I am looking forward to doing it too. I have a KO article on the way for Flesh and Blood. I'll have an article about either this or the next upcoming Lorcana set for TCG Player this week. But yeah, keeping on top of things. Plenty of articles to write, plenty of things to do. Reading is hard, I agree. But what can you do? That's part and parcel of it sometimes. But yeah, plenty of work coming up, lots of articles on the way. Many things to be excited about. Alright, 1 minute until hopefully everything fires over on the Play Network. Looks like we're dropping some of the non-attenders already, but won't be long now. We'll be underway with a little bit of Amethyst steel shortly. Thank you, Semper. Appreciate you. Should be fun. I'm not expecting very much. I've played, like, I don't know, a small handful of Lorcana games in the last couple of weeks since the new year started. I am very out of practice, but I got to support events like this, otherwise the game doesn't grow. So I'm happy to get my cheeks beat for a little bit, show up, go to work, as they say. Okay, man, everyone is panicking. You can tell that there's a lot of new players here who haven't done tournaments before in any way or conceivable manner whatsoever, and that's fine. That's actually good. That's actively a good thing. But there is definitely some panic fear taking place at the moment. All right. Something went wrong with the event. That's not good. That's not good. Let's reload it. Oh dear. Oh no. I love technology. It's spectacular. Hopefully it's just a back-end thing and they're in the middle of adjusting stuff. We shall see. Site is getting flooded. Yes, it is. It's broken for everybody. That makes sense. That makes a whole lot of sense. It's almost like there's a heck of a lot of people waiting to play this thing. Pairings going live. Okay. Let's keep our eyes open. Hopefully it unbreaks. Okay. Looks like we have a pairing. I think. Brand new to the site, learning things. Table 23. Who is my opponent? It doesn't tell me my opponent's name. That's not very helpful. Okay, sorry if I ignore you for a bit, chat, but obviously we're going to take a second to figure out everything. Not everyone is active yet, of course, so... Oh, there is a pairings bracket. Ah, Joshua Hare is our opponent, Joshua. Okay. I understand. Is this an official client? No, this is a fan-made client. There is no official on board Lorcana client, but this is pretty fantastic for a fan-made client. It's all put together by one guy who has done a pretty exemplary job in doing so, honestly. Pairings going live. My opponent appears to now be online and is now typing. Okay. So. This looks pretty smooth, honestly. A little bit of a hiccup, of course, but one thing at a time. Make sure first player is ticked, no other boxes are ticked. Yep, cool. Awesome. I'll throw the game up once the timer starts. Awesome. Okay. So we have to wait for an official round timer. Wait till you see the gameplay flashback. The client's pretty fantastic for a fan-made one. It really is like something special. But yeah, we're waiting for like an official round timer to start. We have our pairing. We know how to find each other. All that nonsense. But we're just waiting for the actual round timer to kick in. Oh, I feel like shit. Gotta love feeling like garbage when you're trying to focus and play card games. It's the best. It's the best. I'm fairly confident in the deck choice, to be honest, the more I think about it. I think this deck has a very good matchup against the two best decks in the format. I'm just hoping to not hit too many off-meta curveballs. I think we get a lot worse into the curveballs. I think certain Amber Steel decks can actually be built to beat us as well. It's going to be an interesting day. It's closed deck list, which is cool. Means that people don't know about my tech, and I don't know about theirs, which is great. Yeah, unsurprisingly, there is some early hiccups. This is the first time for a lot of people in doing this, so there is some screaming. Oh, dude. While we wait, what are my hopes for official tournament play? Thank you very much, John. I appreciate that. I'm hoping to at least be able to play reasonably well, regardless of physical situation. But honestly, my official hopes for tournament play are fairly intuitive for Lorcana. I think it's very easy for Disney to get this right. It'll be very sad if they don't. The prize support side of things is already very solid. The pin collectors love it. I think cash prizes are a need, unfortunately. I think games that do not offer cash prizes at the highest level is always going to be a little more underexplored perhaps than ones that do. And I think they should hold their Premier Pro circuit at Disneyland across the world. I think if they have like 2-3 Pro Tours a year, you know, the highest level, your World Championship level events, and they're just at various Disneylands with special promos that only come from that Disneyland, you've absolutely smashed it out of the park. I think there's so much potential for that. And then just a series of qualifying events around the globe for those events. I don't think it's too hard to do. I think it's pretty attainable, and I think it could genuinely be spectacular. Okay, we are still waiting on a timer here. Match timer starts now. Less than a minute ago. Okay. Ah, yes, it has started. Perfect. Let's get this going. All right, let's party. Yeah, a discount to the parks would be sweet too, I agree. Okay. So we are fine with most of this hand. I think I'm going to go digging for a Maleficent or a rabbit. We do find a rabbit. Cool. Thank you, Scarlett. Going first here as well. Okay. So I think we ink the Olaf, play the hook. Not super competitive, but with the game, but playing in on near the parks might be enough to entice you for sure. I think that's how you get the competitive players involved. You get the casual audience involved as well. I think it's pretty great that way. Opponent is on Emerald, so I imagine this is Emerald Steel. That's not good. That matchup is hard. Okay. Ink the Benja. I'm pretty happy to quest with this hook, I think. No Madam Mim Snake is kind of sad, but... Opponent's inked 2 Hypnotizes early, which is probably not a bad thing for us. That Bucky is an issue. Okay. I feel like my hand is about to get shredded. Let's just pick up this hook, have some extra ink. Hope my opponent's follow-up isn't too great. I have a very dirtily, very slow hand, which is not ideal. Obviously, knowing the matchup, I'm probably mulligan a little more if I know it's Emerald Steel. But... Opponent with the Tink, sure. So no immediate punish for this Bucky, which is good. I am kind of expecting a Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, so we're not singing this Friends on the other side right now. Slow and steady. I think the late game probably does favour us if we can get there. Opponent's not done too much at ripping our hand to pieces yet. They are on the Jafar list. Interesting. Okay, so we have to discard to this. I think I'll discard the Tink, actually. That's an incredible draw. Let's establish Beastie Boy. And then we're going to keep things not questing for now, because this Jafar is a problem if we start. Gonna have to start looking for a way to mitigate this Jafar. There is the Tinkerbell. Another card getting ripped out of our hand here. I think I'm letting the goat go. Hopefully the beast... Okay, the beast is not going to be mitigating this because of the Tink. Which is unfortunate. Oh, no! Alright, we're in danger. Okay, we can rebuy the beastie, but then we have to protect it from being discarded, which is terrifying. Alternatively, it can just punch this Tinkerbell out of existence. Oh, Bippity? This is bad. This is what Emerald Steel is designed to do at the end of the day, and it's why this matchup is so hard. Oh. Oh, dude. Okay, we're going to need some help. This Bucky has just shredded our hands to bits. Didn't have an answer for it on curve, and opponent was able to damage this Beastie Boy. Oh. I don't think bouncing this beast gets me anywhere. I have to find a source of damage to damage their own beast. That counts next turn. It also kills the... That's a very good hit, but... Okay, I think I'm clearing the Jafar. And I think I'm hanging on to my hand to try and protect the Tinkerbell. This is pretty bad. We are in awful shape here. At least we know we're against Emerald Steel this time. Now we can mulligan more aggressively for Grab Your Swords, for Let the Storm Rage On, similar effects, now that we are familiar with what we're against. Yeah, I kind of agree, honestly. I think we spin off the Mim. I like playing against Ruby Amethyst. I find the matchup very fun. I enjoy that style of gameplay. Emerald Steel, you need to have specific tools on time or you fall very, very far behind, like what we see right now, where this Bucky is shredding my hand, and I now have to draw an Inkable to be able to challenge this in any way. If I brick on the Inkable, I'm in serious, serious trouble. Alright, well at least we have that going for us. Is there any point questing here? I think there genuinely is. I don't mind this rabbit dying, it changes nothing. If my opponent wants to challenge it, it's probably better for me. This Flynn, is going to run away with this game very quickly if I can't find a way to clear it. I do have several answers in the deck, but I kind of need them. Okay, that's an interesting draw. I kind of want to spin my own rabbit. I kind of want to deal with the Flynn before it kills me. I think I'm supposed to spin my rabbit. And then I'll just not ink for now, so that I don't make this Flynn smaller. Alright. I need to fade the discard effects off the top. Ring the Bell on the thing's pretty good. It's a pretty good draw. Okay, we're starting to stabilize. We do need to find more interaction, kind of like now. So this is always happening. The beast goes down. We'll start on Maleficent. Into Rabbit, I think. I got to dig, unfortunately. I got to dig for Let the Storm Rage On. I got to dig for my own Tinkerbells. Because now this Tink always clears the Maleficent too. We're not out of this, but we need to find Let the Storm Rage On. We need to find Smash. We need to find Strength of the Raging Fire. Something of that kin to handle this Flynn. I think we can challenge the Tink on board. Especially if we can stick a Beast Tragic Hero in a minute. Grab Your Swords here is pretty cheeks. Opponent with the full clear, jeez. Okay. Rabbit draws. Oh, you should have quest first. That was bad. Okay. We have a Grab Your Swords. I'm a little scared to go Maleficent Tragic Hero because I have to let the Flynn quest. Why do I keep calling him Quinn? The Flynn quest. And it's not a super clean answer to the Tinkerbells either, but I don't think I have much of a choice. So opponent's currently questing for 5, which puts him to 14. Alright, we can clear that up with Grab Your Swords, that's okay. Opponent knows they have to race now. Okay. What does that do? So this is happening. Then we have to figure out the rest. And I think it's just Tinkerbell, Eric, trade our own Maleficent in. We've stabilized, but we are... Whoa! I didn't think we were winning that game. I absolutely did not think we were winning that game. Alright, game 2 coming up. Let me message my opponent. I'm just going to run to the bathroom. Okay, be right back, chat. We got game 2 in just a second. Bear with me. Human body is failing me. Sorry about that. Alright, let's get ourselves in for game 2. I don't need to be the first player anymore. Yeah, cool. Yeah, if they bricked, then it makes sense that we pulled that one right out of our arse. Okay, so we know what we're against this time. It sounds actually pretty good for the matchup. The bench is just going to be ink, but I'm pretty happy to... I guess I can throw it back and look for a small Tinkerbell. That's probably the way this hand improves the most. Yeah, that was a heck of a turnaround. Got the board stable. Last Fab Hero to reveal. It's dropped a little early. It was supposed to drop at 5:30, but I'm glad that it's out. I'll check it out later on. Or maybe in the break. I mean, there's no point in me checking out. I know what it is. I work for the site, but I actually think we're on the game plan where we're not going to be playing Mim on 2 here. We're probably playing Eric on 2, Tink on 3, Tink on 4, grab your swords. And we need to try and hope our hand doesn't get ripped to shreds while we do that. Okay, the Bucky is a bit annoying. Let's ink the snake. I'm glad that it's finally out, though. About time. Alright, so the plan here is very much Tink into grab your swords. Especially now. Prince John needs to die. That's not negotiable. What are we inking here? Is it Maleficent? I think it's Maleficent. We have a rabbit, which we're probably inclined to try and save. And then as long as we can keep 2 cards in our hand here, we have to just knuckle bust our opponent. Luke, I agree. I love Amethyst Steel. It's easily my favorite deck in the game right now, which is why I'm playing it today. It's so much fun, and you have so much counterplay to how your opponent wants to play the game. We're bipodying the Bucky? Why? What did that do? Yeah, Ruby Amethyst kind of has a very linear game plan. My opponent is about to eat garbage, by the way. Because I'm not messing around, I'm just killing this Prince John. I don't play games. Goodbye! Good night, sweet prince. My opponent did, however, concede in the middle of a sound effect. Which means I need to restart Pixelborn. Yeah, I don't see how that isn't a misclick. Entire hand was uninkable. Jeez. Opponent probably mulliganed pretty badly by what I gathered. Alright, so how do I report this? It's going to be on here somewhere. I just don't know where. Is it in Pairings? We played 2 games. I went first in game 1. They went first in game 2. Oh, sure. I won game 1. Next game, they went first. I won. Cool. I understand. Confirm. Awesome. Nice. Takes a bit of getting used to, but we got there. Awesome. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Hopefully you're having a good time. Yeah, bippity because they knew the game was over. Obviously, we didn't know that at the time. But it makes sense that they just knew the game was at an end. Which is fine. Alright. So we've got about 30 minutes on the round, so I'll probably go play a ladder game. I'll keep an eye on everything while we're hopping around, of course. Hopefully we don't miss anything too problematic, but I'll keep an eye on everything as I go, but I'll play a ladder game, because I might as well. You can tell that I do not play an awful lot of Pixelborn at the minute, but why not? Let's disco. Hopefully you're having a lovely day, folks. Starting 1-0, not going to complain about starting 1-0. That's better than I expect. Go away, Emerald Steel. Why is everybody playing Emerald Steel today? Get in a bin. That's not what we want. Okay, this hand is fairly vanilla. We'll chuck away a lot of the card advantage in this matchup and just look for early interaction. Okay, this isn't the worst, but we would like to have found a small tink, I guess, to go with this. One drop might not have hurt. I'm pretty happy to start by inking a Mali. We're unlikely to play two of them in this matchup, I think. Bum, 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 bum. Opponent's on the version with Donalds, okay, and with hooks, sure. Any guesses if Ravensburger would ever develop their own online client? I don't think it's impossible. So, to let you in on a secret, I guess, Ravensburger really didn't expect their game to be as big and as successful as it currently looks like it's going to be. And building an official online client, something like Pixelborn is great. People understand this is fan-made. There's only a certain level of expectation. But once you're an official client, the level of expectation is much, much higher. And it requires dedicated development teams. It requires servers. It requires upkeep. It requires, you know, a lot of work and a lot of monetarily investment. And I think they were... I might just smash this Bucky in the face, to be honest. I guess I don't need to smash it. I can just let the Storm Rage on it, which is also fine. Yeah, sure. I think if the game continues to thrive... I'm so stupid. I can't let the Storm Rage on it. It's a Bucky. Think, Scott, think. I'm too busy talking, that's what's happening. I think if the game continues to be successful, continues to grow at the speed it's growing, they'll invest that money, because the online market is pretty incredible, and it makes the game infinitely more accessible. If they don't see that return, and it's not operating at the level they thought, I would be very shocked to see them put the kind of money required into building a online client that meets AAA game standards. Let's see if we can draw something that we'd rather ink off this Maleficent. Yeah, I'll ink the Usba here, that's fine. I'm going to start jamming Tragic Heroes in a moment, and hoping it's good, but if our hand gets wheeled, we are dead in the water. Certainly a possibility, but things need to break the right way, I would say. There is the Donald, so we'll chuck this Elsa away. We're probably not going to get to it. Opponent will draw an extra card because of how Prince John works. We're looking for Grab Your Swords, and we're looking for it now. This is a few too many Tinkerbells. I definitely want to jam one on turn 6, but not more than that. Keep hearing the story, they didn't expect the game to be as big as it's becoming. There's only so much I can say, unfortunately, John. I was lucky enough to be at several conventions where the game was announced and first showcased and demoed and stuff. And Ravensburger were just a board game company. They didn't expect... they didn't expect the Disney IP to carry them as hard as it appears to be doing so. And I think anyone who was a Disney fanatic or a TCG expert probably understood that the demand was going to be there. But there's a reason their first initial print run was so small. They had to play it safe. They didn't have an infinite budget. Disney wasn't, you know, fisting handfuls of cash at them. They just didn't expect the level of success they've had, and now they're playing catch-up to try and have some of the things you would expect for a game this big. Okay, this Lucifer is cheeks. That's so bad. I need interaction, and I need it yesterday. I'm really glad this thing isn't a Floodborn, though. That would have been very nasty. So we're okay at the minute? No one's screaming at me? Which is good. I like it when no one's screaming at me. This beast sticking is definitely helpful, because we're going to need to recover here. This Bippity is disgusting. Oh, why? Okay, I think we're dead. This is going to be very, very hard to recover from this if I can't grab your swords right now. Like, I needed it 2 turns ago, but the second best time is right now. I am interested in grabbing swords. Yeah, supply is definitely stabilized. Arguably, strength as well. I'm so dead. I think arguably supply is maybe stabilized a bit too. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. It's not a very big chance. We're still behind 3 cards, but we're not just dead. I think arguably they overprinted, and the print to demand is really pushing the price of the game down, and that's good. Cheap game is good. Cheap game is absolutely good, but it encourages stores to not buy as much product because they get stuck with leftovers. They can't shift because boxes are too expensive. Okay, still in trouble confirmed. I'm just saying, we're not out of it. The grab your sword stop deck was required, to say the least. But having found it, we still have a game. Like, we're getting to the point where the chase cards that aren't enchanted aren't worth enough to crack a box. The box doesn't pay for itself. It's pretty good sudden chill here. I obviously couldn't empty my hand. The Flynn's a bit of a problem. I'd like a smash. Smash would be good. Tink is less good. Okay, I think what I have to do here, unfortunately, is just trade my way into this Tinkerbell, play a Tinkerbell, and look to peel an answer to this Flynn or another threat. I do not think... I guess, like, if I'm playing to Ursula, I can ink the Tink, but I don't think that's a good line. I would rather be able to filter irrelevant draws through Tink and try and find answers to these Flynns before they just crush me alive. And they are going to be crushing me fast. They close the door pretty quick. Okay. The Flynns are alive, unfortunately, but that's a start. If they want to trade for a Tink, I'm very happy about it. But just gaining 8 lore, like... I think we are dead. This was always going to be a very hard one after we started as slow as we did. The fact we've drawn and top-decked well meant we were in it. But we are not getting there. Not on that one. How long have we got? Still 20 minutes? Cool, we'll take another one. Happy to take another one. Again, if I miss you, chat, I do apologise. I'm just hopping around a lot of Discords and stuff to make sure I'm not missing anything important. There's a lot of messages going in these things. And I need to check in. I actually just didn't notice what we were playing against, which is unfortunate. I now probably can't mulligan correctly, but I'll mulligan as though it's a generic random matchup that I don't know what it is. I'll probably ship the goat here. That's what I get for not looking at the screen, because I was hopping around, making sure I wasn't missing anything. That's okay. That's okay. It happens. Cool. Let's see if we can figure out what my opponent's on the hard way once they actually start playing the game. Hopefully you're all having a lovely day today. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. I know it's been a little while since we've been live over here on the channel. Life has been very busy and I've been very, very sick. But hopefully we can get our wheels back under us before you know it. Okay, so we're against Emerald again. Everybody packing Emerald today. I think I'm going to give myself the ability to play Madam Mim or a top-decked Snake on curve by running out the Olaf. I'll thank myself if I top-deck exactly Madam Mim Snake. Very tricky balance to keep prices reasonable, but not to... It's hard. It's nearly impossible, arguably. More OVS is running limited event with their increased stock. I mean, I'm glad that's working locally. So opponent is on Emerald Steel again, by the way. I would like that to stop happening, but apparently I do not have the choice. I haven't seen it locally myself. I've got LGSs in the UK kind of just sitting with stock they can't shift. Or at least they're struggling to shift at retail. But I'm glad that that's not a universal thing. Alright, so we cannot answer this John at the moment, which is a shame. So I think we're just going to do our best to play through the John. We'll ink a Madam Mim, sorry. Merlin Goat even, and just draw some cards. Looking for Grab Your Swords, of course, because it's our best card in this matchup. I am, again, fine to just keep questing with this Olaf here. I don't much care for its well-being. Rather just score some bonus lore if we are able to do so. Oh, someone is pinging me. Why do I have a notification? Is it important, or can I ignore it? Let's find out. I believe I could ignore it. That's nice. Okay, Jafar means I'm going to stop questing for a bit now. And that's okay. I think this is just going to be a rabbit turn. Opponent isn't shredding our hand yet, but we are going to need to find some answers to this board. Yzma might help. Potentially. I think, honestly, Lorcana's draft format probably needs a bit of refinement in terms of rules too. I think at the moment it's not particularly exciting, at least personally. Hypnotize is bad news. Okay. I'm fine to chuck the Eric away here. Opponent will draw 2. This is unfortunately the problem in this matchup if I cannot find early Tinks or early Grab Your Swords, which of course I keep in the mulligan if I know what I'm against. I just wasn't paying attention. The surviving Buckies and Prince Johns are really problematic. Okay, let's cash out the Let the Storm Rage on here, I think. Opponent will again draw off of our unfortunateness. Friends on the other side, sure. So let's go Quest, Fox, pick up the rabbit, draw a card. Snake, okay. I can work with that. That's actually not a bad draw at all, to be honest. Let's ink Yzma. Am I inking Yzma? I do have a rabbit. Maybe I shouldn't be. I'm gonna ink the goat. Maybe inking the goat is bad here, but I'm not sure. Quest, snake, pick it up. Off you go. Keep my opponent from drawing cards with Jafar, but I still need to find a grab your swords pretty damn fast. Or this hand isn't going to be here very long. Especially with second Prince John. Now I need it bad. Oh no! Alright, well we'll pin off the Olaf, that's fine, but opponent will draw 2. I would like to grab some swords. I might go looking for it hard here and sing the friends on the other side and give my opponent a draw. Yeah, I think this is correct. The upside's so high if I find it. I do not. I think I'm just supposed to beast in that case. And now I'll link the Yzma. Yeah. I think this matchup's actually pretty good for you when you find grab your swords, as we saw in the tournament game. I think it's much harder for you if you don't. That's why mulligans are so important if you know what you're playing against. Oh. I am a struggly boy. Opponent does unfortunately have the Tinkerbell to ping this beast, stop it from drawing cards. Which makes a lot of sense. Does mean that we're not getting our hand ruined this turn, which is something. There's a world where I rebuy the beast with Madam Mim Fox. Wow, opponent killed the beast. Jeez. Okay, that's pretty good. Does let me clear one of these Prince Johns, potentially. They get their draw. We knew that was coming. That's fine. So this is probably just going to be slamming Ursula if and like removing a John if I don't find anything more impactful. Opponent actually let me clear both Johns, which is insane. How do we want to do this? Do I let the Tinkerbell score a hit, or do I just bounce the Madam Mim Snake? The Tinkerbell can score a hit anyway, right? So I think the best way to do this is punch the John. Pick up the Madam Mim. And then I can send Mim at John and play a rabbit, or I can just let the Storm Rage on. Which doesn't really help me, to be honest, because I can't clear this Tink even if I do. So I'm fairly sure we're doing this and playing a rabbit. And then the opponent gets a hit with a Tink if they want to. But they can't kill the snake for free this way. We could have bounced a rabbit to draw an extra card, but I'd rather keep the snake safe from Tinkerbell removing it. 20 minutes left in the round, about 8 minutes ago, so 12 minutes remaining from what I understand. Sudden chill. Yeah, you can have the Madam Mim Snake. I think the rest of the cards in my hand are better cards. He says sheepishly. Smashes the Merlin. You got it. I'll draw a card. My own smash is actually pretty good here. Probably clears this Tink if they trade. Then definitely clears it if they don't. Yep. I'll probably let the Storm Rage on in which case. Raging Fire is probably Ink this game. Let's think about what we're doing here though first. I'm fairly certain this is always happening. And then we are playing a rabbit to draw a card, and then we'll see what we want to ink afterwards. I'm still pretty happy to ink cards at this point. So yeah, it's strength. We drew a Grab Your Swords. I think my opponent played this game pretty badly, honestly. I shouldn't say badly, but not the way I'd have played it. I think exposing the Johns when you knew I clearly didn't have a Grab Your Swords because I couldn't find one. I will remove the Tinkerbell here. Was not great. I think leaving them in play is probably what you want to do. Finding a goat is fairly solid. So I think I'm just going to clear this beast. Or maybe I don't clear it this turn. I'm definitely damaging it this turn. And nothing else is better to do here than just clear the beast. So we'll clear. And I'm not inking either of these cards in my hand. They are too good. And I do not need the ink in an immediate pinch. Opponent will smash my rabbit again. These are not good exchanges for the opponent. They are burning cards, and I'm not losing cards because the rabbits keep replacing themselves. Smashing rabbits is not where you want to be. They have a Donald. We draw a beast. I can beast Benja, or I can just Ursula. I think I'd rather establish the beast. And I'd rather start questing, so I'll run out the Benja as opposed to inking it. I will also draw a card if you're going to let me. Elsa is pretty fantastic here. This is kind of the stage of the game we want to be in now. Just lock down anything problematic and punch it in the face directly with force. Opponent does have a Tinkerbell to stop the beast from drawing cards. No problem. That's fine. Well, we got 9 minutes. So this will probably be the last game on the ladder anyway. Before we just chill out for round 2. Final quest with the Donald. Sure, we draw another Beastie Boy. I am fine just Elsa here, I think. Lock. And the question is, who does the Beast punch? I think it's just the Donald to start with. Denying my opponent card advantage. And say go. Swords have been grabbed. That's not too bad, to be honest. Opponent's happy with that exchange, so am I. Not a terrible place to be. Another Yzma? Sure. I'm happy to ink one of these at this point. The 9th ink might very well be relevant. This was bad, though. I should have inked after I played the Ursula. I might draw something else I'd rather ink. Like Tink, for example. Yeah, I should have an Ursula in my hand now, and I don't, because I'm a silly. Am I letting this Tinkerbell hit Ursula? Hit Elsa? Probably not. That was a bit silly. Just inked things in the wrong order, had a brain fart. That's okay. Hopefully you're all having a nice, chill, lovely afternoon, evening, wherever you might be as well. Thank you for hanging out and chilling. A little worried about how long we have until the next round at this point. I think my opponent is probably dead here a lot of the time. We'll leave if we have to, though. We got 6 minutes. We're okay. We're okay. In the tank, they are. I would have expected the timer to kick in by now. Hoping the issue isn't with me. I don't think it is. Hello. I can still hover over stuff, like, I don't think I'm disconnected. Surely the timer should have started by now, though. Oh, there it goes. It's a little more generous than I thought. My opponent appears to have rage quit, I guess. Maybe just disconnected themselves. Not clear. Cool. I mean, let's just try and mop this up, I suppose. I'm not going to think about plays too much in this particular position because my opponent appears to be gone. I'll just try and close the door as quickly as we can. Not a nice way for games to end, but that's the online game sometimes. Cool. Alright, I'm probably going to chill for a little bit until our next round. Definitely don't have time for another game. Anywho, we'll pop the deck up. I wish I could display this lengthways. Would be nice for the stream, but unfortunately we cannot. But we'll chill. We'll chill for a little bit. Give it 4 minutes until the next round. 1-0 start here with Amethyst Steel. Pretty happy about that. Again, I kind of haven't been playing all that much recently, just from real life getting in the way. So I'm just happy to not immediately suck, which is great. We accept. Hopefully we can keep it up. So it looks like we have 280 players that turned up. So a shade under 300, which means we are on 9 rounds of Swiss. 9 rounds. Bruh. That's a long day. Nine rounds of Swiss, top 8 gut. Cool. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Alright. This deck. Lorcana, I'm sorry. What did you expect of me? I'm playing the deck that I enjoy the most that doesn't suck. I don't know what to tell you. Amethyst Steel is the tits. It's great and fun and interactive. And many other words I could choose to use. But I won't, for brevity. I might just read the disputes channel for fun. People yelling at each other. But I imagine we'll have a pretty quick turnaround here. So what, 280 players, 9 rounds of Swiss. They're on turns after time ends, so it shouldn't be that long, I hope. I don't fancy jumping on the ladder for another game in the middle. I'll just chill. Chilling is good. What are you playing yourself today, Podkana? What deck caught your fancy? You playing Ruby Amethyst? Amber Steel, perhaps? Sapphire Steel, if you're feeling fruity. R8, yeah, sure. It's what I expected to be the most played deck by a sizable margin, which is largely why I brought this deck. I like my matchup quite a lot. And of course I played Emerald Steel round 1, because of course I did. Still won, but not a matchup I'm wanting to see, necessarily. Want to play Amethyst Steel, but you can't beat RA's Ursula's? I mean, sure. Ursula's a hard card for this deck, for sure. Thankfully, most people are only on 2. I don't think 3 is that common. I just enjoy this deck a lot more, too. And I thought there was a good chance with it being a new player-friendly event. We had a decent amount of aggro turn up as well. So I didn't want to leave house without my steel. Well, I didn't even leave my house this time, but didn't want to leave home without steel tools. So went with this one instead. And I find it more fun too. So round has completed. Cool. So let's keep our eyes open for the round. It's just a notification. Everyone, stop! That's all it says. Everyone gets to play turns now. Awesome. You don't think RA will be the most played deck? That's interesting. I believe it probably is by a sizable margin. What do you think the most played deck is? You're on 4 Ursulas as well. I mean, sure, that's a problem. If everyone's on 4, that's an issue. I haven't seen that many in most lists I've been playing against. But again, I've not been playing a ton recently. I've been a little more fab focused as of late. You reckon there's more Amber Steel Song in the room? Waiting on 3 tables. Nice. Shouldn't be that long at all then, I think. You're out, good luck, no worries. You think the most played deck is Steel Amber? Sure. I mean, yeah. I could definitely see that. Good luck, Podkana. Take care of yourself. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you're out of the stream and not out of the event, hopefully I'll see you in the event. But I think there's a good chance Amber Steel turns up in numbers as well. I just think RA is the more popular of the two. At least I expect it to be, but it's an online community event. It could be anything. Popsicle is the most played deck, because fuck your expectations. Alrighty. So just chilling out, folks. We're going to keep an eye on the Discord. If I miss your messages, I'm sorry, because I'm hopping around tabs and keeping Pixelborn open on my other monitor. Just making sure we don't miss the start of the next round. But thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. I am a tired, sick boy, but looking forward to trying to go 2-0 to start in this lovely event. If you're still playing when time is called, the match goes into T. I know how turns work, that's okay. That's fine. You can see a lot of Emerald Steel. Yeah, I think Emerald Steel has a good matchup into Ruby Amethyst. I think it is the best deck you can play if you expect the room to be full of Ruby Amethyst. And if people felt like me and they didn't have a bias, like, I love playing Amethyst decks myself. It's my favorite ink. I could definitely see them turning up with Emerald Steel to try and beat back the room. I just think Emerald Steel beats Ruby Amethyst and not an awful lot else. That's not fair. It does beat other things too. It beats decks like me if I don't find Grab Your Swords, but like, most of the other Steel decks are pretty happy to see you playing Emerald Steel, I think. But I guess we'll see. Hopefully we get a meta breakdown at some point soon. That would be cool. The real-time tech support is unmatched. I mean, yes, they are. I see. Okay. So they're looking to fix the spectating feature in the near future, so people can spectate on matches, which would be sick. I would be about that. That'd be cool. I would enjoy that. That sounds fun. Fun story, one of the hot Emerald Steel decks was originated by a guy who plays local to your area. You watched him top a local 4-0 before. It was cool, very nice. I'm happy to see the deck kind of coming back a little bit. I did prefer the Emerald Amethyst version of the... No, Emerald Amber version of the deck, sorry, for the longest time, but I just feel like you can't leave home without your Steel cards these days, so it makes sense that... that you are switching over and not playing You Have Forgotten Me, which is one of my... I love playing Aerial alongside Sudden Chill, and You Have Forgotten Me is another discard effect, and it's more fun, but it's not as good. Okay. So it looks like we got a small amount of tables still going. Hopefully we'll have our round 2 pairing soon enough. It's really nice to see a dedicated beginners chat here, by the way. Like, a lot of people that are brand new to the game giving it a shake today. And they've got their own little space to chat with each other and support each other and hype each other up. And that's dope. I love that. That's great. Unsurprisingly, the Discord is popping off while everybody waits to see what's going on. It's actually the first time more people are trying to use a spectate, and it's a new feature. Yeah, I mean, fair play, fair play. I don't know, man. Pavel's insane. The guy that built this client is... I wrote about it in an article recently, but the amount of work that this guy's got, profile pictures, things you can purchase with in-game currency, a ranked queue, full like playability, everything works, a spectator mode, like, and it's built on his back, like, for no monetary gain for people that don't, you know, support his Patreon and stuff. It's insane. I gotta give all the credit in the world to Pavel for putting Pixelborn together. It makes the game so much more accessible for so many people that probably wouldn't get to play otherwise. Absurd. Truly absurd. Alright. I'm starting to feel like I should have played 2 Smash. I split the... I think 3 Let the Storm Rage On is just correct, but I always split Smash and Strength, and the more I play Strength, the more I think the card just kind of sucks. Like, it doesn't suck, but it's way more situational, and I don't like my removal being situational. I don't know. 1-on-1's probably fine, but I'm starting to think the second Smash is probably king. No announcements yet. Hopefully we'll be back before you know it. You read this was going to be another card game that fell through and he was able to repurpose the IP for Lorcana. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's not something I knew before. But if he's repurposed it for Lorcana, then fair play. It's just the amount of work that goes into this. I mean, yeah. It's not something I can say that I haven't said a million times. Like, it's just exceptionally impressive. And again, he wasn't obligated to, right? It just came from the love of his own heart and wanting to see people be able to play a game that he enjoyed. And that's really cool. I'm a fan of that. We're waiting on 2 tables, apparently. We'll issue ties at 10... Okay, they're issuing ties in 2 minutes. So if a draw is not reported, then those players will be getting a draw anyway. Interesting. That's not normally something. It's not normally something you see in tournaments, but it works, I guess. Looks like we're mostly okay. This has been pretty smooth so far. I think obviously the site is fairly new. A lot of people have never done this before. And it's pretty reasonable for how that's been going. I'm happy to hear it. Hopefully this encourages more people to use the platform in the future, run more events of this type. Everything that helps grow the game is good, as far as I'm concerned. Apparently I'm in 10th place in Swiss right now, which doesn't mean very much because there are 140 odd people on the same record as me. But I'm in 10th. That's the important part. Okay, apparently that table has been given a draw and the next round will be starting soon, so not long now. Not long now. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. The more I play Lorcana, I'm hoping this kind of changes in set 3, to be honest, because well, I'd like to enjoy playing other decks, but I feel like I'm only really enjoying playing things that are either Amethyst or Steel. They don't have to be both. But like the two card sets for Amethyst and Steel are the cards I'm enjoying. And it's like, I'm not enjoying playing Emerald Sapphire or Amber Sapphire or anything like that. Like, I am enjoying, like, you know, Sapphire Steel or Amethyst Ruby or Ruby Steel if you want to be funky and weird and, you know. But I hope to enjoy more inks the same way I'm currently enjoying Steel and Amethyst, because I'm not at the moment. I'm hoping that changes. You like to say you have content creators streaming their matches too? Yeah, that's the plan. Like, as I say, it's been a little hard to get the YouTube content going as smoothly as I wanted to at the moment, John. That's just life, unfortunately, getting in the way, and my physical well-being has been pretty poor since I got back from Barcelona. I played the World Championship of the other card game I play, and when I got back I was very ill, like hospital ill, and I've just not quite got back to full health while juggling life. So I'm hoping to get back on the consistent content schedule for videos soon, but obviously my article work has to take priority because it's my job. It's literally my full-time job. So all the Lorcana articles you read on TCG Player, they have to come first before I can get working on video content as much as I might want to. So hoping to get my schedule back rigid soon enough, but also got to make sure I take care of my physical well-being and don't ruin myself. Yeah, I agree that Amethyst and Steel definitely kind of feel like the most impactful inks right now by a good amount. Round 2 starts now. Okay, let's give the page a refresh and see if I break it. Ah, my opponent's giving me a different custom game code. Hi there. Good luck. I'll join as soon as the timer starts. Interesting. Not sure why they wouldn't just use the game code that we're given, but whatever works. I'm going to kick up a fuss about it. Alright, round time starts in 15 seconds, so let's get ourselves ready to go. So my opponent is William Zabak. They're apparently on Team Super Top Deck. Not that I know what that is. I probably should, but let's go. Tournament match. Let's disco. Here's hoping, John. Thank you very much. I will try my best. So we do not know what we're against here, unfortunately. No idea. I think I'm pretty happy to throw the Ursula and the Ursula. And I might keep the strength just to ink. Yeah, sure. This hand's not bad. Going second here kind of sucks, though. I think I forgot to tick the box, which means that's on me. Let's see what my opponent's up to. I'll make sure they're not messaging me. Oh, looks like we're good. Ruby, at least. Ruby Amethyst, it is. Okay, we can play this matchup. We know what we're doing. A second grab your swords is not what we wanted. That was not the goal. Alright, ink strength. Play an Olaf of our own. Set ourselves up for Madam Mim Snake on 2. Teeth and ambitions. So 2 of them gone is pretty good news for my beasts. If I can find an early beast tragic hero. I expect this to be a snake from my opponent. No snake from my opponent. Okay. So, ink the Tink. Quest with the Olaf. And I'll run out the snake. Pick up the Olaf that I intend to ink. Okay, this hand isn't too bad. Double grab your swords is pretty sugar. Like, they aren't good in this matchup, and we obviously can't ink them away. But there's a good chance on, like, turn 10, we're, like, double grab your swordsing our opponent's board away. They do have their own snake on turn 3. Okay. Replaying the Olaf. That checks. That's fine. Okay. We really would like some more inkables here. Our hand is a bit rabbit flooded. Off you go. Yeah, it's definitely the kind of matchup I expect myself to be like double swordsing on 10. Or like on 6 off of a Sing. Opponent has inked 3 copies of Teeth and Ambitions, which I'm fairly happy to see. I think I'm happy to trade Madam Mim Snakes here. Am I? I might play the hook on 5, actually. That's not a bad draw. Depends on what we draw. Yeah, I think I am. Send it to my opponent. This will be an interesting spot if I draw Beast Tragic Hero. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to get it on board here. More Merlins for my opponent. It's going to be a rabbit off by the looks of it. We're both sitting on a bunch of them. Opponents getting to quest while they're at it, though, is the problem. We're definitely behind on tempo. Part of me is just like, I could swords with the intention of swordsing on 6, but that feels pretty bad. I think the hook is actually quite good here. And I'm just going to cantrip this, let the storm rage on. Because I want to draw through to Inkables. My hand is currently very, very uninkable. Opponent busts through a rabbit. Now the grab your swords does clear this though. Not to distract you too much, you're okay. How do I decide to play a card that's worth playing a single copy of? That's a question with a lot of depth to it, honestly. And I'm happy to give a brief answer now and maybe go in more detail during the break. But to cut a long story short, a lot of the one-offs I play aren't actually one-offs. They are alternative versions of similar effects. Because what I want is a certain type of card, but I want versions that are better in certain situations. So, like, I have one copy of Strength of a Raging Fire and one copy of Smash, because Smash is better into Minnie Mouse, for example, and that's a card I'm worried about. And that's kind of the brief answer. I can certainly go into a bit more detail a bit later on. I think I'm supposed to set myself up for Tink here and let my opponent quest a little more, and I can grab your swords to board in due time. Good old one-offs in Lorcana. They are much better than they are in other card games for sure. The ability to ink your one-offs when they're bad really helps. This quest with the rabbit. This is definitely a grindy attrition situation. I think my opponent is slightly ahead of me because they've been able to quest away. Hopefully these Ursulas can help pull me back in. Or the swords can, but we're slightly behind on cards, and they're the one with the better, more relevant sweeper. Like, an Ursula being jammed here would be hella bad news for me. Crab. So opponent's on the anti-aggro version of Ruby Amethyst? Sure, that's good to know. Genuinely good to know. We'll both draw off our rabbits. They're going to continue to quest. Interesting. Because now I get to pick off this Maleficent for free. Another grab your swords is not what I wanted to see. Okay. We're inking the friends here. I'm going to punch Madam Mim. Pick off the Maleficent. I'm not worried about the crab trading in. It's fine. Am I fine questing with the hook here if my opponent wants to eat it for free? I think I actually am at this point. Just get my lore in, play an Ursula, drain you a point, draw a card, chuck it back. Lorcana's your first TCG, so it's interesting hearing all this depth of strategy. Happy to help. You're always willing to ask questions. If I can't answer them immediately, I'll try to later. Or I'll try and get to it in an upcoming article, you know? That's how the game grows and how people learn. Opponent does indeed take the free punch instead of bumping the Tink. Sure. So you have a crab in hand. That's fine. We can play around a crab if we know it's there. Opponent with the goat. Sure. Ursula is the ultimate anti-goat tech, so we might be okay. So let's go Maleficent. Draw. Snake. Interesting. Rabbit. Draw. Interesting. I think I'm going to ink one of these beasts. Maybe that's bad. Maybe I'm supposed to ink a snake. I think I'm inking one of these beasts. My hand is too top heavy. I'd rather have the snake to be able to rebuy a rabbit or a Maleficent. And I'm just going to get questing with this Ursula. Opponent with the crab, so they're going to trade goat, Merlin, goat. Well, it's only a 7. It's not big enough, right? Oh, now it is. They can double crab to trade with the Earth. So that's pretty good. But they spent their whole turn doing that. Snake back the goat too. Okay, they had a good turn here. They had a very good turn here. They're definitely back in this. I have all of the swords, and it's the wrong matchup for swords. But I do kind of want to keep working towards them, which is the problem. I could just tuck the rabbit, but that seems pretty bad. I think I'm going to quest with Maleficent. Play the snake. Grab the Maleficent. Ink the Maleficent. And play a beast. And pass. I did. However, 4 swords is slightly more than 2. And they are one of our worst cards in this matchup. So drawing them all is not great. Opponent does fire off the Be Prepared. Beastie goes. We draw off of our rabbit. They ink the crab, sure. So we get the first follow-up, which is quite nice because we have an Ursula to do it. But we're going to want to find another rabbit for this Yzma, if we can. I'm happy to run out Eric. He's not doing very much in my hand, and 10 ink is probably enough for us to stop inking cards that might have relevant game text. Okay, opponent's on the spellbook plan, so I could do with finding a Benger. Am I really smashing a rabbit? It's pretty miserable. I think I'm going to cantrip this first. Elsa. It's a good draw, but it's bad into Be Prepared, right? Alright, let's burn a swords. You can draw a card. I don't want to extend any further into the Be Prepared for now. Opponent's thinking on their triggered action, sure. They are not trying to talk to me, so that's okay. So we're looking for Benger, looking for rabbits here, really. Those are the big haymakers. They do indeed draw. We'll quest to 11. Throw it back. Okay. We're in this. I think we're slightly behind still, but rabbit or Benger could help. Opponent does have to burn the second Be Prepared. Spellbook's there, wait to 11. Ink's a mini. I don't like that. Thinking mini's kind of dodge. Oh, dude, this hand sucks. All the snakes are gone. 3 of their rabbits are gone. I'm down both Ursulas. I got 3 Tinks. I got 1 rabbit. Jeez, okay, this is pretty rough. Is this just a raw Yzma? Is that where we are? That might be where we are. I think I prefer that more than raw Elsa, so... It's depressing, but... Off you go. I gotta keep some kind of pressure on. Otherwise, I just lose to the spellbook. Benger or rabbit, please. Maleficent would be fine. Friends would be fine. Those are our best draws. Second Yzma wouldn't be too bad here now either, to be honest. But they do have the Tray main, sure. I need a Benja for the spellbook. I need a Benja quick. Olaf is not relevant at all. Oh, sugar. Okay. I guess it protects us from second Tray main. At the moment, I can't outrace the spellbook, which has proven to be an issue. Like, it looks like we're close on card advantage, but I have 3 blanks in my hand. That's kind of the issue. They're not actual blanks, but they might as well be in this current board state. Grab your swords is not what we're looking for. Opponent's got a chunk of options. I would imagine most of their hand is fairly live. There might be the odd. I think they're through most of their teeth and ambitions. Yeah, they're on goat cycle now. I think we're really going to struggle to win this game. They picked up the Tremaine, which is curious. We find another Yzma. Alright. Time to double swords. Opponent goes to 15 off of the goat, but they're not picking it back up. We're going to 15. This is going to be close. There's the Maui. They go for the Olaf hit. You got the Tremaine as well. Yeah, we did play around this, but the Maui plus Tremaine is a problem. There's the Benja, okay. So, am I giving up Fox or Yzma? I think it's Fox. So ink the Fox. Grab swords. Smash the Tremaine. Play the Benja. Pop the spellbook. We're in a good old-fashioned top deck fight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pie. We're behind 2 cards. No, don't Tremaine. Why do you have the 3rd one? Oh, that's so bad. I needed the Yzma target. I guess the Yzma's still better than a Fox, but still. Oh, you rebuy the Tremaine? Oh. This is so bad. Go. I don't have a choice here. Go. Yzma. Tuck the goat. That's probably not good enough. Because I get Tremained. This is going to be rough. This is a close one. This is a real close one. There's the Tremaine. We knew that was coming. The third one was so backbreaking. Opponent goes to 16. They are questing for 3, so we're not dead. Friends. I can only go to 19! Screaming! So I'm dead to a goat, right? I can't beat a goat. Can't beat a goat. Oh, my opponent, do they have it? Ursula, okay. Currently beating that. $19. Get in the bin. Get in the... I had to play that game out of my mind, and we're only 1-0. We still have to win the match. Holy shitballs. Alright, opponent's going first. Game 2 coming up. We know we're against Ruby Amethyst now. Oh, wow. Alright, unsurprisingly not keeping the grab your swords this time. Probably not keeping the smash. Probably not keeping the tink either. Happy to keep the rest of it. Whoa, wow. Opponent with the early Olaf. Okay, I gotta settle myself down. That was an insane game, but I need to focus or I'm gonna throw the match. So we probably need to start on Olaf Snake here ourselves. I don't want to ink the Benger, so I guess I'm inking this goat. I really want to hold this Benger for the spellbook, if at all possible. It might not be possible, but I would prefer to, of course. I don't like inking goats in this matchup. Losing them is pretty bad, but I think it's the correct card to ink in my hand. Point it with the turn 2 snake. Inks a Maui. Yeah, we are. Snake fight. Okay, I'm happy to ink the tink, that's fine. Quest. Snack. Pick up the Olaf. And probably just ink the Olaf into Maleficent next turn. Maybe Benger if they play a spellbook. Oh, wow, that was the adrenaline kick I needed. Opponent with a Maleficent of their own, sure. Draws a card, takes a quest, that's fine. We draw swords. It's okay to have one of those. We will Maleficent ourselves and just trade off snakes. Drawing a goat, sure. It's going to be an interesting decision I have in a moment if I don't draw another inkable, where I have to decide whether I'm inking a second goat or my first Benger. And part of me just says ink the Benger, but of course I'll regret it if the spellbook comes around and I don't have a Benger available to clear it away. Madam Mims back the Mally, sure. Inks, Teeth, and Ambitions. Yep. Ursula. Okay, now I have to choose. And I think I'm supposed to ink the Benger. It's a bit rough, but there is a second one in our deck for exactly this reason. Hopefully we can work our way to it. Obviously not questing with our Maleficent here, as it will get eaten alive by the Madam Mim for free. No reason to do that. Inks another Maui. Okay, opponent's inking away Teeths and Mauis pretty aggressively, so might be a little hard for them to rush us down with non-Fox characters. They have their own rabbit, which is fine. We landed a rabbit first, which I think is pretty good for us. If they pass without spending an ink here... Okay, they're actually willing to let me take the trade, which I am almost certainly going to do. So let's rage some storms on this Madam Mim Fox. We draw a friend. That's not bad. Punch the Fox. Take it down. Am I questing with my rabbit? Or am I singing friends on the other side? I think I'm singing. Okay, we actually didn't find a tragic hero in that first game at all. And it is one of the better cards in this matchup. If you can make it survive, be prepared. So, happy to have one, but not so happy to have found one on turn 5. Would much rather have found it on turn 4. Because now I will be having to play it into my opponent's be prepared turn if I want to play it. Opponent inks an Yzma with a rabbit in play. Their hand must be stacked. Okay, they're on the crab list. I need to remember that. So they are getting a free trade into my rabbit. We draw strength of the Raging Fire. Inking Yzma there is crazy to me when you have a rabbit in play. Your hand must be loaded, and I am scared. Okay. So this is just going to be a beast, I think. Going to ink the strength. Play the beast, force my opponent to do something about it. It's crazy to think if I find that spell... Okay, they have the Tremaine. If I find that spellbook, that Benja, a whole turn later, the spellbook kills me in game 1, which is insane. Okay, I'm in trouble here. I actually kind of need a second Grab Your Swords to pair up with my first one pretty badly. Because my opponent has all the board control in the world. So let's ink the Maleficent, Jam and Ursula, start digging. That's an Yzma. It's not really what we're looking for right now. All the rabbits too. I guess maybe their hand was just rabbit flooded when they inked the Yzma. That would make some sense. Alright, we're really far behind here. This is not good. How do we get out of this? Is it just second Ursula? They trade so badly into my opponent's stuff is the problem. I think it probably is though. Another beast. This is not what we're looking for at this point. Gotta try and encourage my opponent to slow down by trading for my Ursula. Which they do. Well, they have a Maui though, so to be fair, they inked a chunk of Maui, so I'm not very upset about not playing around another one. Alright, this is grab your swords or bust at this point, I think. Tink might do it. Okay. So I'm at the point where I can't wait, which is fine. We do this, it clears the crab. We give ourselves a chance to draw another Grab Your Swords by casting this. We clear the Maui, I think. We, of course, do not hit. And we'll pick off the Madam Mim Fox. It's just not enough at this point. I think we're going to be going to game 3. Fairly likely. Just couldn't find a Tink to pair with the swords, couldn't find the other swords to pair with the swords to catch ourselves back up. Opponent had so much early board pressure, and the Tremaine on the beast was pretty backbreaking. Ink away, that's fine. That's fine. I think this is probably in unwinnable territory, and that would certainly guarantee that. So let's just concede and move on to game 3. Okay, so I'll be first player. Good luck. Okay, so no on the Ursula. No on the second snake. Maybe no on the Tink, so I can look for a 1 cost. Nice. Okay. What are we inking here is the problem. And I think the answer, unfortunately, is probably Benja on turn 2. But we'll ink Yzma to start. So this is the kind of game where I'm going to look to just curve into beasts and have them actually do work before my opponent can get to be prepared. No 1-drop for them is kind of huge. We're always inking the Olaf here. Means we know the snake isn't being challenged very often. Yeah, no turn 2 either. Nice, okay. So now I have to choose if I run out Benja as a body, or if I just draw cards. It's an interesting choice, actually. I think I'm running out Benja. I think I'm supposed to get aggressive. My opponent's start sucks. So let's put our foot down. They ink a Mim. They have a Maleficent. That's not surprising. Maleficent doesn't trade into either of our cards, though, which is pretty great. We find a goat. Am I ever playing the goat? I might be, you know. Alright, folks, this is unconventional. This is not normally how this deck plays, but I feel like my hand is telling me to go a certain way. And I'm going to listen. I'm going to become a Amethyst Steel aggro deck. And I'm going to curve out. And I'm going to try and put my opponent in the bin before they can be prepared me. They're digging alright. They do have a Madam Mim. It's a pretty good one for them. Hits the Benja. They're inking a mini, sure. So now I get to choose which of these I'm keeping and which I'm trading, because I'm definitely trading one. I think I'm just trading in the snake. Keeping the goat. And starting to slam these beasts. And let's see what my opponent does about it. It's hard for them to teeth. I had to trade so they couldn't teeth and ambitions. Well, not without playing something else first. So we've got 2 turns before Be Prepared. Hopefully this beast can refill our hand, because it needs to. Just a rabbit is fine by me. Alright. Quest. Beast. Am I inking? I might not ink here, actually. It's kind of insane, but I think it's correct. And now we stop extending, because they're on Be Prepared next turn. These 2 beasts are more than enough to make my opponent do something about it. They do have the crab to let their rabbit trade into goat. How do I primarily play Lorcana? I would say I play primarily on Pixelborn when I can. I don't have a local LGS, unfortunately. So I don't get to play in person as much as I'd like. But I do play in person at winner boxes, winner case events. They do have the teeth and ambitions. Okay. They aren't a non-factor. I just don't have much of a local scene thanks to where I live. Trust me, I want to. I just, I'm not able to do so just yet. Okay, beast. So, this is always happening because it's super free. Then we will ink Maleficent and draw 2 cards. And quest. And leave this one back so my opponent is forced to be prepared if they want to clear them both. There it is. Okay. As I say, sadly I've just not been able to play as much as I would normally like to have done in recent memory. Not by choice, just been otherwise occupied. Alright, make him do it again. Drawing these grabby swords was not the best when our plan was to put our foot down. Tremaine! Go away! Maybe I'm supposed to hold that beast. I don't think I can. Not with the hand I have. They snake back the Tremaine, sure. So we know we've got to beat another one now. Let's draw some cards. Ink the Yzma and say go, I think, here, unfortunately. Alright, we're in a bit of a rough spot now. Not happy about it, but our draws have not been stellar. Opponent gets to try and stabilize. Yeah, we have to hope it's not there, unfortunately, in that spot. But it very much was. Alright. Well, at least the Ursula probably forces the issue on the Tremaine. Yeah, Tremaine's pretty great. Alright, I think what I'm actually going to do here is Elsa. And lock these 2. And see if my opponent takes the bait. And I'm going to ink this Fox, because I think I need to get to 10 ink for the double swords turn this game. There is the Tremaine. Yeah, we're in a much, much better spot if it's not there, but I don't think we can afford to not. Our hand put together 3 beasts. I think we played the way we were supposed to. I'll Ursula. Take that lore away. Come on, dude. Oh. This is not the time where you want to be drawing all your grab your swords. This is where Ruby kind of buries you when you haven't got an existing board presence. It's a lot. The fourth beast. Alright. I don't think I can wait any longer, unfortunately. It's just gaining 6 lore if I wait. It is part and parcel of playing this deck, unfortunately. Grab Your Swords is an incredible anti-aggro tool, but when you get paired into the more controlling matchups, it is a liability if you draw too many. And drawing too many, we have. Gonna try and wait till I draw something to insulate this beast from Tremaine if I can. Ursula's not bad here. Am I supposed to freeze though? I might be supposed to freeze. I think so. Another Tremaine here is going to be very, very unfortunate, but I am not in a position to play around it. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't break your way, folks. Needed to fade them twice and they were there. How much lore is this? 6. I only clear away 3 by Swordsing right now. Let's Ursula. I think I just clear the one I can't swords away. Make my opponent trade if they want to. This is rough. We're not completely out of this, but our opponent has 6 cards in hand. It's just so many. We're just like gonna get buried by goats and spellbooks. Captain Hook is not the draw. Does protect us from Tremaine, I guess. Is it Fox o'clock again? I think so. I don't think playing around the last Tremaine is relevant at this point. It just doesn't feel like something that's going to matter. Mostly because Maleficent also exists. Goat of our own is not the name of the game. I am forced to swords here to stop my opponent from winning the game on the spot, but it actually doesn't matter, right? They go to, I guess, 19. I am forced to swords here. Yeah, I regret taking the approach I did in the early game, to be honest. I think I can just grind my opponent out if I'm patient. It's my own fault for trying to put the foot to the gas. I think it was probably just a mistake. Yeah, good game, opponent. Good game. Rough one. I think there was definitely windows for us to get back in there. And unfortunately, we did not quite manage it. 1-1. Pretty brutal. Good game, though. Genuinely good game from our opponent. Them the beats. You can't win them all, folks. Them's the beats. Alright, 4 minutes until the next round starts. So I'm probably not going to spend any ladder games here. I'll edit the title accordingly. Yeah, third round will be starting in a minute, so I'm not going to jump on the ladder. It's not much point. Let me just do this. We'll get the record in the title. 1-1 with Amethyst, Steel. And we'll bank around, we'll chill for a bit until the next round starts. Oh, dude. That was a little brutal. I think that third game is super winnable if we take a slightly different approach, perhaps. Like, we were just inking Friends and inking Yzma early. To be fair, I didn't draw any rabbits or Maleficents afterwards. Maybe the approach is fine. Opponent had to have the teeth and ambitions to handle the second beast draw. We got a draw off the first one. And I think if we find cards that are like Maleficents, Rabbits, like Friends on the other side, maybe Ursula earlier, I think it's a fine line to take instead of the cards we did find. Not sure. I think that's probably the kind of game I'm going to go back and watch in hindsight and reevaluate. I think there'll be a lot to learn from how I played that one, which is good. That first game was sick. First game was the nuts. All right. How y'all doing, folks? Hopefully those that are chilling out are either playing themselves and it's going well for them, or perhaps, maybe, you're just chilling out having a good time watching what we've been up to. Either way, thank you for popping by. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're having a good day. Maybe use the Yzma to send their snake into the deck as opposed to inking it. Then they use their Yzma to do the same. Yeah, I think if I Yzma their snake and let them draw two, that's not where I want to be either though, right? I think there's maybe a chance there was like a Madam Mim snake I inked at some point during the game I could have got away with not inking that might let me play around Tremaine. I think I'll be interested to look back and see if there was a way for me to play around Tremaine. Like, if I hold the third beast, maybe I can protect myself, which might have been a real consideration. But by holding the third beast, I play into Be Prepared, so you can't beat everything. Like, yeah, we were just very behind on cards by the time that it came to fruition. And I think it was going to be a hard game to win, regardless, when our opponent's cards lined up the way they did. That's what it is. It's fine. I think I'll live with it. Have I considered playing the Pinocchio to exert their cards faster? Yeah, I have. I think you have some options for your early game plays at the moment. You can play the 2/2, like Archimedes and stuff like that, alongside Pinocchio as a 2-drop. Or you can play like Olaf's and Captain Hook's and Prince Eric's in those slots. You can pick your preferred package, and I think for me, with the tournament being as big as it was and there being so many rounds of Swiss, I made the deck building choice that was better in the face of expecting aggressive decks to come out of the woodwork, be better into decks like Emerald Steel, and picked Prince Eric and like the Hooks and Olafs. I think you can play Pinocchios and the 2/2s and be better into the slightly bigger decks that care about exerting their cards. I actually think those cards are typically better in the non-aggressive matchups more than they are the aggressive ones. Thanks, Ricky. I appreciate it. Appreciate the good wishes. Round has completed. Let's see who we're waiting on. Turns are starting now. So it shouldn't be long. Awesome. Sweet event so far. Even just a one-off late. I think at the point where you're playing a one-off Pinocchio, you're probably just not guaranteed to find it enough. It's not. I don't see like. How do I put this? When a card is uninkable, it's much harder to rationalize it as a one-off silver bullet because you're going to draw it in spots where you can't get it out of your hand. Like playing a one-off Smash, a one-off Prince Eric, you know, a one-off Captain Hook or whatever, they're way more defendable to me because they make matchups that they're good in much, much better, and they are inkable in matchups where they're blank and you never want to draw them. A card like Pinocchio, unfortunately, is never inkable, so in the matchups where the effect is not good, it's not a card I want to draw, I can't do anything different with it, and that's a concern for me if I was playing a Pinocchio. I think you have to play the package to make Pinocchio function, or not, and go one way or the other. I don't think you can really hedge your bets. But I'm just a guy on the internet, what do I know? Feel free to try it and let me know how it goes for you. It's the beautiful part of card games, is that we can test different stuff and figure out different stuff. It's pretty great. So they're in rounds at the moment, at the end of turns, I should say. Yeah, use mistake and Fox can always get them back. That's not my issue. Like, there's plenty of ways to pick up Pinocchio if you want to rebuy the effect and use it multiple times. It's the matchups that I don't want to draw Pinocchio in full stop that I am worried about having exactly one in my deck, which is, it's offering me minor benefits in the matchups that it's good if I only play one, but it offers me minor detriment in the matchups where it's bad if I only play one. It's a tough one. Hopefully that makes some kind of sense. Alrighty. Looks like we're waiting on a few. Different tables currently. People playing out their final turns. Seems to have been a call for a deck check. Okay. Getting deep. Not sure. It's a community tournament, guys. If people want to cheat, you want it more than me. Why do you think I'm streaming, for Christ's sake? Like, I don't care. If you want to cheat against me, be my guest. I'm not going to stop you. I don't care that much. Okay. Hoping to actually see some Amber Steel kind of the deck I expected to see a chunk of, alongside Ruby Amethyst, and we haven't seen one yet. Hopefully that can turn around in round 3. Trying to figure out if my opponent cheated. Come on, man. I mean, like, sure, check. No harm. I just hope you've got a valid reason to check. Like, it feels disingenuous to ask at the end of the round. Perfect time to add Pinocchio. No, I actually can't change my deck list in the event, sadly. Much as I wish maybe I could. There's a few cards I'm a little skeptical on in the list I chose to play. But we'll make it work. Currently sitting in 69th place. Nice. Four players remaining. So 2 matches that are still in their turns, doing their thing. Man, fair play to the admin team for this event. They are doing some heavy lifting. Fair play to them. Round will be starting shortly enough, I think, guys. Looks like they're dealing with this deck check and 2 remaining games. And we'll be able to get ourselves underway. I can definitely see myself playing plenty of Amethyst Steel going forward, though. I think the deck's just very good. It's probably not as good as the big 2, but I like the deck a lot, and I think it has good matchups. Yeah, there's some heavy lifting going on in the admin team here. Fair play to them, doing a great job. If you haven't already, by the way, folks, please do consider dropping us a subscription on the channel. Maybe a like on the video if you're enjoying hanging out for a casual tournament event. If these things are popular, I'll do them again. What's my favourite off-meta deck to play? Depends on how off-meta you want to go. Like, if we're talking just, like, decks that aren't considered top 5, like, I really enjoy Emerald Amber. If you're talking like actual super off-meta curveball, I really enjoy playing Amber Sapphire Grand Pabi, like healing combo. The deck's not very good, in my opinion. I think it just can never beat a control deck, sadly. But I really enjoy playing it. I think it does something very unique and very fun, and healing my own characters is very cool. So I would probably say that. But at the moment, I'm mostly getting joy from Amethyst and Steel as inks. So most decks that play either Amethyst or Steel have been reasonably fun. I just kind of wish that I was finding the other inks a little bit more fun. Looks like we're waiting on table 15. They have 1 minute to finish their round before they're given a draw. So we won't be waiting too long now. How about yourself, Michael? What do you enjoy personally? What's your preferred type of deck? Steel's incredible. Steel is pretty good. Steel does a lot of things very well. It's hard to argue with that. It was 282 participants in the end. A lot of people obviously didn't show up, but that's still a heck of a lot of players. So it's probably X2 with a late loss to make top 8. So yeah, I think if we lose the next round, we're probably dead. If we lose later, we're probably not. Mufasa just for the chance. I love Ruby Amber Mufasa. That deck is a lot of fun too. I know some people have been working on a Sapphire version recently too, which is pretty cute. Yeah, Mufasa's just a really fun card. Very, very fun card. I wish there was a way to stack multiples though. I really do. Okay, round 3 is up by the looks of it. We have got an opponent. They are called Manuel Ciordia. Okay. Alright. So let's make sure I remember to click I will be first player this time, because you're both supposed to do that to make it random. And if the timer's started, I will set the round up. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Sitting down, time to clown. We do not know what we are against at this moment in time. So we're going to have to mulligan like we don't know. This hand is not great anyway, to be honest. I'll keep a beast in the dark, but... Okay, we mulliganed quite well. Hand is pretty good. I think in the dark, I'm willing to ink this Bencher on turn 1 until I know whether or not I'd rather have the Yzma or the Tink. I think it depends on the matchup. So the opponent knows that we're on Amethyst Steel as we ink a Steel card. They're on Emerald, okay. Is it Emerald Steel? I really hope it's not Emerald Steel again. I hate that matchup. So against Emerald, I am more likely to want Tinkerbell, I think, but I'm probably getting to neither. So let's get the snake down here on the Olaf. Indeed, looks like Emerald Steel to me. Yep. So no ability to play Let the Storm Rage on here is a shame, but we will just Friends on the other side, draw some cards, quest, and hope our opponent doesn't have a 3-cost Floodborn to start making us sad immediately. They do have a Prince John. I'm going to need to grab your swords. And I'm going to need a swords yesterday, please. Thank you. Let's draw a card from the rabbit. Not looking for Elsa at this moment in time. Opponent's start is pretty good. We do have some Tinkerbells to help keep it in check if we can get to them on turn 6. But we are really looking for a grab your swords to just mop this up and move on with our lives. Tink from them. Okay, so they're looking for the shift the bell on turn 5, I guess? Maybe they're out of inkables. Maybe they meant to ink that. Oh, they definitely meant to ink that. Okay. So, let's ink a fox, I think, and jam this beast and force my opponent to have... well, this is worse into the Tinkerbell, in fairness. It's still probably correct, though. It makes the Tinkerbell happen, especially if they don't have the ink. Like, they're going to be very sad. I'm fine questing here. Let's just get to work. This now makes them ink and Tinkerbell, which I am okay with. Yep. So what are we ditching? Probably just Elsa, right? So opponent now clears the snake and the rabbit. They should hit the rabbit. Oh, just sing and grab your swords. Okay. That feels like a waste. Watch out for Lucifer on 5. I am aware, don't worry. Thankfully, we found grab your swords, and I think we're going to be okay. So I will ink this Maleficent. Am I singing swords and letting my opponent trade? I probably am, right? Put this in a bin, and I'll probably just play my own tink. No, actually I don't think I will. I think I'm just going to rabbit. My opponent probably trades anyway. So we're actually now even on cards. We have the board just about 5 lore ahead of the opponent. We do have to let the Storm Rage on to discard to a Lucifer if one lands. But obviously we're less scared of the hand-rippy nonsense without the Buckies and the like in play. Opponent inks their Hypnotize, jams a Jafar. Are they taking the trade on the beast? They are, sure. Ping the rabbit. We draw another grab your swords. We'll try and bank that to either discard to a Lucifer or do something relevant with in the long term. I don't think I want to let my opponent draw with Jafar, so I am probably going to ink a tink, play a tink. And say go. Inking another Jafar, sure. Prince John, do you have a follow-up? You do. Okay. In that case, I will be... I got to keep the grab your swords, so I guess it's let the Storm Rage on. And unfortunately, opponent draws 2 cards here. So we're now slightly behind. That's a good draw. So let's go. This triggers on banish. So if I just sing, I can't Fox to replay this turn. I am short on resources, but I am fine to quest, play the Fox, replay the Rabbit here. If my opponent wants to bump into the Tink, that's a shame. I'll have to be okay with it. I don't think I'm inking. Off you go. We are a little soft to Lucifer now. Flynn Rider, understood. Fire the Cannons, okay. Fire the Cannons is not a common choice. Opponent does draw their card off their Jafar, takes the 2, well, they take their 1 for 1, because they have to use Cannons plus the Jafar to kill Tink, where they draw a replacement card, so... Opponent seems somewhat angry about the card they just drew. Oh, they were debating whether they were inking it, sure. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think we go quest, and start on the snake. Pick up the rabbit. Draw a card. Drawing a Tink. We'll replay the rabbit. Draw a card, and then ink the Olaf. And do we play the Prince Eric, or do we keep this at not questing? I think I'm just playing the Eric and letting it quest for 1. That's fine. Off you go. Looking fairly cozy here. Found the grab your swords. Opponent does Tink to spray damage across the board. And then quests for 1. We find another snake. Certainly not going to complain about that one. Let's go quest snake. Pick up the rabbit. Draw a card. We find a beast. Okay. That seems pretty good. Let's just play the beast. Ink the Tink. And are we questing at all? I don't think we are. Off you go. Opponent will grab my swords. It's a good one to have when I just spent time playing a beast. And has the ring the bell too. Okay, they are out of gas. But they are not dead. Which is obviously pretty good for them. Would you believe? They are questing with the Tink. Alright. Grab your swords. It's not a bad one for the future. Might not be a bad one for the now if I am willing to just bump the snake, which I think I am. So, bump. Punch. Rabbit. Draw a card. Pass. And then Tinkerbell cleans up Flynn next turn. Playing with the Jafar. Jafar's a pretty good one. Means I can't freely quest with this Merlin. So let's just spray damage. And play a goat, I think. Off you go. Playing with a beast. Okay. Beastie Boy is the best possible draw in their deck, I think. That's really annoying. Can I afford to be patient anymore? Maybe not. I think I just got to put my foot down and try and end this because I can't interact with the beast. So let's do that. Opponent can draw off their Jafar, of course, to have another card. But we're on virtual 17 here, thanks to the goats. So they need to clear a lot of this to stay alive. Punches goat. Gains law, draws card. Best thing to do, gives you the most options before you start spending your ink. Opponent is out of here. Cool, we get game 1. We get game 1. Nice, okay. So we're not going first this time, unless our opponent asks us to. Yep, they are going first, so let's get into it. Awesome. Yeah, no, Lucifer turned up that game, which went a long way. I'm going to keep this grab your swords, and I'm going to keep Tink into Tink. The rest of the hand is crap, so we're going to send it back. Okay, this hand is not very good. We are going to need to get to turn 4 relatively intact, or we're going to be in some trouble. We have the tools we need to win this matchup, but if my opponent has an early start that shreds my hand to bits, we are in danger. Inking Flynn. Playing Bucky. Okay, this is going to be close. I don't get to play Madam Mim because I didn't find one in time, which is great, of course. So, Ink Strength. Pass. Worst opening we've had all day, unfortunately, but it does happen. Opponent with a Tink of their own, sure. So we're discarding on... Okay. I think I've been the goat. Friends is a good draw. We get to Ink the Snake, play our own Tink. I expect my opponent to shift always here. Like, basically 100% of the time. And I'll be doing the same to clean up the Bucky. But I'm probably going to lose another card to the Bucky between now and then. Yeah, Raging Fire is an awkward one in this matchup because it's hard for us to go super wide, and a lot of the cards we care about removing from our opponent have Ward, which makes it a bit of a stickler, so I don't mind inking it aggressively when I can keep Tinks and cards that I know are good in exchange. So, this is rough. I think I bin a copy of Grab Your Swords. I think I only need one. I don't think I need multiples. Opponent quests with the Bucky. That's very heads up. Fair play to you. It's not easy to do that. Alright. Ink Tink. I think I'd rather keep the Beast. Shift Tink. Spray damage. And we just pass to our opponent here. Don't need to do anything else. Inks of Flint. They got their own Beastie Boy and going to make me grab my swords to turn it off. No. Okay. Well, I will grab... I will Beastie Boy and make you grab your swords to turn it off. Jafar is no good. Fire your cannon. Fire the cannons is good, however. That will turn the beast off. I guess I'm going to try and set myself up to beast again, very likely. So we'll draw to see what's what. Ink the hook. Pick... I guess I quest first, obviously. I'm going to pick up the beast. And try that again. Slow and steady game, this one. Opponents found a lot of the steel cards, not a lot of the amber cards. Not a lot of the emerald cards, sorry. And that favours us. The slower the game goes, the better it is for us. They really want to get on the table early and do the thing before Grab Your Swords takes away their thing. Yeah, that's pretty good for us, I would say. I'm just going to clear the Tink up here. I don't think I need to get silly. Just Tink, select, ping, swords. And now I can just start questing freely and running away with this while I'm ahead. Obviously, ink into second Tink will clear my Tink, but that leaves my opponent with one card in hand and means that my beast is not damaged. So, I accept. They have a beast of their own. Okay, so I might be singing Grab Your Swords. Yeah, I think so. And then we can quest, because if they want to trade, that's fine. So looking to avoid damage from my opponent's side now, so my beast can get to work. It is unfortunately a Tinkerbell, which means no card draw. Beastie Boy doesn't want to trade with the Madam Mim though. So very much a top deck fight. Both of us had the answer to the opposing beasts to stop them from running away. Ooh, Grab Your Swords is pretty good here. My Grab Your Swords is not quite as good here. Let's see what's up on the top of my deck. Sure. Okay, that makes me not want to quest with this. I'm going to ink the Benja so I can get myself to Elsa, and I'm not gonna quest so I don't trade, because I want to be able to pick this up, I think, with the snake and reset and try again. Yeah. Another Tinkerbell. I gotta be careful, because my opponent gets to aggressively quest with their beast if I'm not questing with mine. But I think we're okay. We go quest, Fox, pick up, punch, and then ink the snake to have access to Elsa and play the beast. And my opponent's forced to top deck to stop my beast from running away with this game. Donald Duck isn't an answer to beast, but it is card advantage. Okay. This got interesting. We're definitely ahead, but not by like a million. Definitely not by a million. I'm going to ink the Mali, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be drawing enough cards. I will also draw from your Donald, unsurprisingly. Benja Prince John, okay. So we are probably punching this board down now, right? I wish I had a Tinkerbell. Go a long way. Let's start on the rabbit. That's not bad. I think I can give up the beast, potentially. Smash. Eat the Tink. Quest. Play. Yep. I'd like to remove this Donald. I'd feel much more comfortable. Okay, I think I'm just going to bin off Eric here, that's fine. Opponent going to hit my beast to turn it off? I definitely would. They choose to trade for the Elsa. This is tough for them. If they give up the Donald for free, I'm very happy about it. Yep. Obviously, I have another beast, so it's pretty backbreaking for them. Let's start on friends. That's pretty damn good. Alright, this one's probably just over now. There we go. Very nice. Solid. We'll take our 2-0. I'm not going to complain about that at all. So, pairings. This table, we played 2 games. Continue. I went first, I think, in game 1, if I recall correctly. And I won. Next game, they went first, I won. Cool. Confirm. Okay, folks, I've got about 25 minutes until the start of the next round, by the looks of it. I'm not against playing a ladder game per se, but I think I'm actually going to take this moment to take a quick toilet break and probably go make some food real quick. So I apologise for the lack of entertainment for 5 minutes or something. I'm just going to add a quick text source so that I can write BRB on the screen. Because, you know, that'll do the job. I'm not going to get particularly fussy with it, but yes, I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Well, you can go anywhere if you want to go do something else yourself. But I'll be back before the next round. If I've got enough time to play a ladder game, I will. But I think it's probably a good idea to get some food in myself while I've got the chance to. So I will see you shortly. Bear with me. turned, chat. Don't you love it when meal prep pays off and you can just spend 5 minutes heating something up? It's pretty great. How long are we got? 17 minutes? Okay. I am happy to play a ladder game while I eat. That's fine. I might not play it very well, but, you know. It's all key. Oh, the mirror match. I like the mirror match. The mirror match is fun. Okay. So, we are looking for a one-drop pretty bad here. Yzma can wait. Storm isn't great here. I think I'm keeping these three, throwing the rest. No one-drop. Sag. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy to ink the snake, because I'm almost certainly jamming Eric onto. Opponent has the Olaf, sure. Didn't really want to see grab your swords, sadly. I'm going to ink the fox and throw down Eric so I can challenge the snake. Did I expect to see? Or just punch the Olaf, potentially. Oh, I can update the title as well. I forgot. We are in snake mode. Let me make sure I have the Discord open so I don't miss anything while I go. Another uninkable is kind of tragic, actually. Guess we're inking the friends on the other side. Drawing a card and is keeping this snake in check. Food was a bit too warm. My bad. Opponent gets Frenzy, draws some cards. There's our Olaf. A little late, but that's okay. We'll ink him now, play a rabbit. And again, happy to be patient here. We have the board. Keeping the snake in check. No need to throw Maleficent into the wolves. We're all good. Opponent smashed my Eric. I take that as a win. That is absolutely a win in my books. In the mirror match, establishing Beast is good and risky because it's so easy for them to turn it off, especially if they're burning smashes on Prince Eric's. So I feel like I am probably just gonna rabbit myself, hold this beast for a little bit. I can always trade for this snake if I want to, which I think I do. So let's sing and punch. Draw my card off my rabbit now that I have another rabbit for the Yzma. Throw it back. Whew. How long have we got? 13 minutes? We should be alright. Opponent will storm away my Maleficent. That's fine. I'm more than okay with that. She's done her job at this point. Nothing else? Wow. Okay, I think I'm just going to make my opponent keep responding to me. This is probably the time where I will jam the beast. No board. Their hand is pretty clearly full of damage, I think. But I don't really want to just ease my rabbit away, spin up cards when my rabbit's not under any threat. I have plenty of cards to work with. Tink makes a whole lot of sense. Not surprised to see that. I think this is the turn I'll probably just spin up the Yzma Rabbit combo. Bump. Very cool. I'll save this Grab Your Swords if I can. That's fine. See how we're doing. Mindful of time, don't want to miss anything. Opponent might be on the Pinocchio version because they're playing the 2/2s. Has the Ursula, sure. This is one big girl. She's a little hard to remove. We do find our own one, which is pretty good. Think I'll be doing that somehow. Yoink. Find another rabbit. Alright. Away goes Maleficent, I believe, here. And we will pass it back for now. Part of me wants to find room for a third Ursula in this deck, but I'm really not sure how you do it. Card is so good. Maybe you play 2 Yzma. Put with friends on the other side. Yeah, 2 Yzma might be the cut. It's another uninkable though. It's a bit rough. Might be worth testing at some point. Opponent will grab their swords, sure. Does have the second one too. It's a pretty good hit. Alright. So I'm very up on cards, but I am behind on board. What does that look like? I think it looks like singing Grab Your Swords. Picking up the Ursula with our Fox. Trading it into Tink. And then going Rabbit. And what am I inking here? I don't think it's Smash. I need to not be soft to Beast. I think it's Friends. I'm gonna hold this snake, I think. This game might actually go a little too long. I only got 9 minutes left before the next round starts. Hope I don't have to leave it in the middle. That'd be a shame. Opponent also in the market of rebuying their Ursulas. Does have the beast we talked about. Glad that I kept the Smash. So this always happens, so we'll start the turn here before we think about what else we're doing. I think I'm just replaying my Ursula. And throwing it back. Excuse me, chat. I am a hungry boy. Okay, we gotta be a little careful here because our opponent is putting together enough lore to be a problem. Keeping the grab your swords is enough to beat the beast here, I think. Trade in the rabbit. Quest here is fine, I think. Yeah. I gotta be honest, I'm not super focused on this game because obviously food and not tournament. I don't think we've played it too badly. I really want my opponent to quest here. Another grab your swords of their own, sure. That's fine. Fox now trades first, so that's fine. We know they have a beast in their hand, so we've got to be a little careful about that. But we do have double grab your swords. On 6 minutes till the next round. Opponent does quest. I think we're happy about that. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we can burn a grab your swords to clear this Ursula, which I kind of want to do, to be honest. Maybe I can wait. Maybe I'm fine to wait. Let's dig up some goodies. Whoop. That's not too bad, honestly. Off you go, opponent. How you all doing today? Hopefully everyone's doing alright. Appreciate you hanging out while I eat. I know it's not exactly the most exhilarating TV. Opponent will use with their own Ursula. It's pretty good. Rice and beans, the way of life. Smash for the Tink is also fine. The goat. Alright. So we know there's still a beast in hand over there, which is a little problematic, but not really. I think I'm fine just giving you cards here. Yeah, I think so. It's not ideal or anything, but it's fine. Beastie Boy of our own. Put our foot down before the goats and stuff start mattering. 5 minutes to go, officially flared up in the Discord, so let's try and wrap this game up before the next round starts. Don't really want to be splitting my focus after that. Whew. Maleficent. Magnificent Maleficent. Oh, neck like a cement mixer. Sorry about that. Yzma away my beast, draws me some cards. Might be double grabby swords o'clock, they do ink the beast. Alright, let's start on friends here. Elsa's pretty good. Elsa is arguably very good. Let's do that. Just going to try and close this real fast. I got 2 minutes until the next round. I don't really want to be playing once the clock ticks over. It's just a personal preference of mine. Like to relax for a minute before the next round starts. Let your brain refresh. Digest food. You know, all those wonderful things. Maybe you play 3 Ursula, 2 Elsa. That might be fine as well. Opponent with the Ursula will knock us down to 13. We are still currently winning the game. We also have 2 goats in our hand, so... 1 minute 27, I'm racing the end of round clock. Storm is raging. Alright, 19 in theory, but we have goats. We have goats and goats and goats and goats and goats. Perfect. So we are good to go here. We just go 16, 18, 19. Good goat. Awesome. Managed to beat the round timer clock by 45 seconds. Look at me. I am good at this. I promise. Alright, 2-1. Going into round 4 in the better part of a minute or two, I'd imagine, depending on how many turns there are left to play out. Round 4 of 8. Man. The ick inside me is definitely starting to catch up with me a little bit. The food hopefully will help though. Hopefully the food picks up my spirits just a bit. And we can keep our heads screwed on. 2-1 start is not really where you want to be. It's obviously less than ideal. Losing round 2, but it happens. We're not out of it by any stretch. But if we lose... The problem is if we lose round 4, we're probably dead. Losing your second loss in an 8-round event that early is usually game over. So let's not do that. Let's not lose matches of Lorcana today. 3-1 sounds a lot better than 2-2, that's for sure. Alright, keeping my eyes on the Discord for stuff and things. Hopefully we'll be underway with round 4 before you know it. Give the page a refresh, just in case. No, we're still at round is completed for now. Why aren't the ones that play too long their rounds be punished? Are you special? Like, it's just how the TCG tournaments run. That's fine. I guess maybe they don't know that. That's fine. Like, people who pay for their time, you could use it. It's okay. Oh. Alright, shouldn't be long now, folks. People wrapping up their turns. Oh. I start to remember why I don't do these online events anymore. It's just so many hours in a chair. It's kind of nuts, right? We're heading into round 4. I've been live for what? 3.5 hours already. I've probably got, 4.5 ahead of me if we do well. Like, oh, it's like a whole thing. No real way around it, though. All right. There is some debating going on. Hopefully we'll be underway before you know it. We're giving players a few extra minutes to finish this round, so we'll start the next round in exactly 10 minutes. That's slightly annoying. I wouldn't have rushed if I'd known that. Oh, I got another ladder game in my brain. Yeah, why not? If we have to leave. Oh, I'm not even on the ladder screen now, am I? If we have to leave, we have to leave. Who cares? It's fine. It's fine. I'm just going to have to keep a very close eye on the Discord and stuff. Ooh, Steel Wheel. This matchup's actually a little hard. Make sure I don't miss anything. Okay. Elsa... I might want Benja against Steel Wheel, to be fair. Let's keep it like this. Okay. I am probably fine just inking Olaf this game, because I do not expect myself to be playing a Snake on 2. I very much expect myself to be playing Eric on 2 if I play anything on 2 at all. Oh, ink a Popsicle. Imagine opening double Popsicle. When does that ever happen? Okay. I think I'm fine. Inking the Smash here. Running out the Eric. Gives us access to Madam Mim. If I don't want to run out Benja. I'm always skeptical about holding Benja in these matchups. It's always a bit of a tempting one. Opponent with the knee, Nori. Alright, let's just ink Benja then. That's fine. We'll quest and run out the Fox. And look to ink the Prince Eric next turn for the Rabbits. I don't imagine we're going to finish this game. Opponent's deck is quite grindy too. Prince, okay. Not what I expected. Thankfully, we do a pretty good job of busting through this. Here's our rabbit. Oh, I'm watching too many tabs now. I don't like this. Inking Hiram is probably pretty bad for a Sisu. I love me some Sisu, Divine Water Dragon. I would love for this card to be more popular. Inking Flaversham seems kind of dodge, though. I think we're just continuing to chain rabbits here because our draw is not great. Whoop. Am I questing with Madam Mim? Yeah, I probably am. Let's say I don't think we're ending this game anyway by the time that the time rolls around, but you never know. I don't want to spend too much brain energy on a game that isn't tournament at the minute. We've got a long way to go. Opponent giving us a shot at Sisu here is surprising. I think I'm okay with it. Let's give the page a refresh just to make sure. Yep, round completed. Looks like there's just a few discrepancies. They're taking longer to resolve this round. I do have another Hiram. You kind of have to assume this is the case when they ink the first one. Definitely gives rationale to just firing off the Bender on the Popsicle, but obviously you look stupid if they play Nick. So let's go like this, pick up a rabbit, draw a card, punchity. Oh, I should have done that the other way around. This is why I'm not dedicating enough money, memory, brain, words to what I'm doing. Obviously, I should have another Madam Mim in play here. I just traded in the wrong order, like some kind of spoon. And I think we'll ink the Yzma to play the Maleficent. It's okay, Scott. Save that brain power. Table 19, 29, 34, 36, 53, 58, 64, and 84. You have 3 minutes. Okay, that's a lot of people that they got hanging out for 3 minutes. But if it's only 3 minutes, there's no chance we finish this game, I don't think. Which will be a shame. But it's fine. Oh, am I stupid? Whoops. We're definitely not going to finish the game if I don't pass. That's for sure. Alright. Inkler Snake. We would definitely be pinging the Beastie Boy. Probably off the Maleficent. And then jamming Ursula. Drawing a card. Questing. I don't think I'd be questing here necessarily, but I'm just going to try and race before I run out of time. Tinkerbell. Gigantic Fairy. Larg. How is there still 16 people? I guess they must have had rules issues or delays or whatever. It's the only reason I can think of. I actually get to pick up this beast for free now, which is kind of slick. Thanks to Tinkerbell. Final prints, sure. Ink a beast. What are we inking a beast for? Ink. Pew. Punch. I don't think this actually matters that much. Let's clear the Hiram. I'm not really thinking here. Last call for 53, 58, 64, and 84. Oh, 8 people still jamming. Opponents will shift to the Tink. Spray some damage, kills the Fox. You got it. Popsicle. Cracking said Popsicle to heal up Tinkerbell. Sure. That is fine. Let's just Elsa. Freeze this. Can we get there before we have to press the concede button? Let's find out. Oh, fingers like glass. Looks like they're booting it up now. Come on, opponent. Let me wrap it up. No, maybe not. If opponent's going to make me wait it out, that's awfully unfortunate. But I can't really stop them if that's the case. Hey, thank you very much, Luis. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming along for the ride. Nice. Glad you're enjoying the stream so far today. All right. We managed to somehow get there before the next round started, which I did not think was going to be possible. Let's stop for just a second, refresh our brain, and get ready for round number 4. Oh. I wish this had started a bit earlier in my day. I think I'm going to be getting a bit tired before we get to the end of it. Here's hoping I'm wrong. Guys, they haven't even announced that the round is up yet. Calm your balls. It's okay. All right. Refresh. Looks like we have a pairing. Who are we against? John Mann. I know that name. I'm not sure from where though, but I do know John's name. I'll get the game set up and started. Need to remember to click the button, otherwise we can never be the first player. Off we go. So, we don't know what we're against yet. So we're gonna go... No Tink, no Goat, no Yzma, no Yzma. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. No Snake here is a little rough. Didn't really want to draw this Elsa. Unsure we want to run out this Olaf. I think I'm going to be patient and see what my first draw step is. I'll ink it if I don't draw a 2 or a 3. So my opponent knows I'm on something Amethyst, of course, because I inked a Goat. So are they. They are on Ruby Amethyst. Makes sense. No 2 cost here makes me think I'm inking this Olaf and moving on with my life. This is a very slow start, unfortunately. No board presence early here. Might be a bit dodgy if we're staring down a snake. Looks like we might be. No snake. Okay. So let's ink another Goat. I think I'm going to be relying on these, excuse me, on these beasts a little bit here. So opponent actually doesn't know that we're steel yet, which is good to know. They're on the crab list, sure. Go with a mini. That's a little scary. We don't really have a clean answer to it right now. Okay, I'm inking one of these beasts, I think. Rabito. No clean answer to the surfer right now is a bit scary. Questing with the mini too. I guess this is a snake or a fox. Like 100% of the time. Just friends. Interesting. Okay. I guess this is just going to be Beastie Boy Mark 1. And I'll quest for now. Yeah. Might end up pairing Tink with Let the Storm Rage on next turn to blow this Minnie Mouse away. Dragon's Fire is there for the beast. Seems good. Yeah, that's going to be 100% the play, isn't it? I'll ink one of the foxes, I think, to keep the other Tink around. Drawing a Smash. Smash isn't bad here. Opponent got a decent lore lead, which is definitely a concern. And we are going into the Be Prepared turns very quickly. And we're only on 1 lore ourselves, which is not great. Our early game was very slow. Which is never really what you want to see when you're playing this deck. Getting on the board early is worth quite a lot. Is it time to Yzma my rabbit? Might be. I might force the Be Prepared some amount of the time by playing Beast here. Still got to work towards this Elsa. This is better into Tremaine as well. Yeah, okay. I'm down to jam Beastie Boy and force another Dragon's Fire on the other side of the table, I think. It's a little scary if it's like Teeth and Ambitions here, for example, which does line up pretty well. If it's just Be Prepared, that's okay. I'll draw off the rabbit and rebuild. Yeah, this is definitely a consideration as to why I should have waited on the beastie. I think forcing the issue is fine. We're what? Up 1 card behind 6 lore. Sadly, we have like no pressure, which is the issue. Those aren't bad. Okay, we have some options here. We're not where we want to be. This is definitely a board that favours our opponent. It's easy to just like goat and spellbook your way to a win from here after clearing the board if I can't race you. But we're in this. We are slightly ahead on cards. Have the board pressure to start. Ursula is good. We have our own Ursula. It's also pretty good. Okay, we could just alter this. I think I'm supposed to wait on that. I think I fire our own Ursula here. Finds grab your swords. Ink a Fox. Say go. Interesting little grind fest we find ourselves in here. Will Quest, are we singing Be Prepared? Yzma tucking my Ursula? Sure. That's a whole lot of grab your swords, folks. That's a whole lot of grab your swords. I think this is just an Elsa for now. Do I let the Fox... I think I have to start questing with this. If a Fox or a Maui hits it, I have to be okay with that. Otherwise, I'm never getting enough lore to win this game, I don't think. Tremaine? Sure. So this can be swords bump to clear, which I actually really don't mind. The follow-up Tremaine is a concern. I can play around it with the hook, but I have to give up another card. I think I'm probably supposed to, though. Unless I go... No, I need to bump to clear. Otherwise, I don't clear. Okay, I'm going to play around it. I'm going to go swords. Swords. Bump to clear the Ursula. Play a hook to play around Tremaine. I just have a grab your swords floating in the middle of my screen now. Sorry about that, folks. Hopefully it'll go away on its own. If not, we'll play through it. Maleficent does, unfortunately, get around it. Might Yzma my hook here. Yeah, that's probably the trick, honestly. find another Elsa. Ink the Eric. Fox back the Yzma. Pass. Little concerned about being able to keep my opponent's lore down here. 14 is a lot when they're a goat deck. And they're a spellbook deck, and I don't have a Benja. Okay, this is going to be hard. So let's start on friends on the other side. This is getting inked because it's irrelevant at this point in the game. Alright. Elsa. Lock, lock. Quest. Quest. Snake. Pick up Maleficent because I already have a Fox for the Elsa if I need it. I need a Benja, that's what I need. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Come on, Benja. Where you at? They do play the Pinocchios, which is fair. Let's draw a card. Another Yzma. Man, this is getting tough. I gotta look for the Benja, I think. I'm just gonna go Benja digging. That's all I can do here. Another Elsa. This is such a shame. I think this spellbook's going to rob this game from us when we were in pretty comfortable shape otherwise. Ah, spellbook, such a good card. Now I can't dig and clear this board at the same time. Buy myself a turn, I suppose. That's really the name of the game here. Goat. What do we ink here? I think it's Yzma. Maybe it's not, though. I'm going to ink Strength to the Raging Fire here. I think we're just going to be a little bit too slow. Dragonfire the Elsa is probably enough to close this because I can't freeze again. Okay, we found a Benja. Is that enough? So this always happens. I don't have a choice. Always, always, always. Then I have to Yzma away the Surfer, right? Yeah, this sucks, but no choice on that one either. Fox, pick up Mally. Fox into Tremaine. Goat, Maleficent. Go. I don't beat anything that generates a lore, basically. Pinocchio is pretty good here, actually. Maui into the Yzma. I can clear that with grab your swords, at least. Beast. Alright, so this is always happening. So is this. Don't kill me. Can't beat a goat. I can beat a Maui. Found the Benja maybe right on time. They keep coming in clutch. Does punch the Benja. Mini. I think that does it, right? Because I can bounce the goat. Holy! We have been playing some bangers. Good God. Opponent, of course, going first in game 2. We have been playing some absolute scorchers. Oh. Okay. So we know we're against Ruby Ami. That means I'm tucking the Tinkerbell. And I'm tucking the Yzma for now too. I'll keep the rest. Oh. Whew. I thought we were dead and buried there. Benja worth his weight in gold. Okay, are we running out the Olaf this game? I feel like we always are, actually, yeah. Like, basically 100% of the time. I'll link strength. Drawing a snake on 2 would be perfect, but I'm pretty sure with a double fox hand, we're supposed to make sure it's in play if we can anyway. So that we can challenge opposing snakes and the like on turn 3 with foxes. Oh, wow. Opponent's Maleficent quests away, so just always a snake then, yeah? Yeah, okay. Would love a snake of our own, would be probably the best possible draw. That's not a snake, okay. Incapacitate is here, sadly. Had a few shots to find a 2, did not find one. Opponent's the mini. Has Pinocchio, that's pretty good here. That's very good here. Okay, well at least Maleficent can trade back into the snake later on. Or the Storm Rage on can. So that's Inca Fox, we're probably not going to need 2 of these now. expect my opponent to have a rabbit here a lot of the time. Does quest with their Pinocchio. We're picking it up with a fox. Fox would make a fair amount of sense. Another snake also works. Not quite as clean, but not bad. I'm happy to see Mini going in the Inkwell. That's a good one for us to see. Opponent will Pinocchio, Maleficent down, trade the snake in. Makes sense. Just doing their best to keep board control. Keep my board empty, make their Lady Tremaines as dangerous as they can be. Beastie Boy will be a good one if there's no Tremaine in our future. It's a bad one if there is a Tremaine in our future. We are just going to Maleficent here. Keep the cards spinning. Opponent hasn't found much card advantage yet, which definitely makes it look like we're more ahead than we are. They're choosing to ink friends. Curious. What does that mean? Okay, we're continuing to Pinocchio the board down. Fair enough. I cannot fault you. It's a good game plan. That's not a terrible one necessarily. Can ink the fox again. I'm going to slam a beast and hope there's not a Tremaine in my future. It's obviously pretty bad if there is. That works too. Inking Maui. Sure. So this is interesting, right? I have a world where I can jam a beast again, or I can just grab your swords and leave the snake alive. I think I beast again. Let's just hope it's not another Tremaine or Dragonfire in the hand. They are racking up some early lore over there. This might be a bit of an uphill struggle. Merlin is fine. Inks the Mini. Has a spellbook. Okay. Gotta find ourselves a Benja. We do immediately find the Benja. That's pretty good. Let's make sure we're taking care of that. And I think we're going to sing. Clear up those. Am I letting the rabbit hit the beast? That might be bad. I think I'm going to do it, though. I might regret this. But I think I'm letting it hit the beast. Yep. Oh, sending the Maui in. Okay. So this is always happening. The question is if I clear the Maui or if I quest. I think I'm just clearing the Maui. Maybe I'm supposed to keep Madam Mim Snake, actually, to rebuy this Ursula and Elsa. That might have been a bad ink. Okay, time to get to work. Don't want to play into be prepared too hard. But I'm happy to extend this far at least. I've got Elsa's as backup. Tremaine? Sure. Goodbye, rabbit. You did your best. Captain Hookamus. Snake's really good here, actually. That's incredible. So, I can let them trade with the goat. I don't really mind. Quest, quest, quest. Snake. Pick up the Ursula. Replay the Ursula. Drink. Draw. Alright, we're looking pretty comfy. Might be about to be 3-1 here. Be prepared. Definitely still a real card on the other side. Teeth and Ambitions, not so much. Maleficent, okay. It's a good one. So now we know we're just trying to beat top deck Be Prepareds. If our opponent rips them off the top, we're going to be very sad. But we'll absolutely do what we're supposed to do. Off you go. Just chain these Elsas to a close. Tremaine. Goodbye, Snake. Opponent successfully slowing us down a little bit. So I can hold the Elsa here and just swords, trade the goat in. And I think that's actually the better play to make. Makes me better into interaction. Elsa to 14. I still have an Elsa as a backup, a goat as a backup. Mini ain't gonna do it for you, Chief. I will quest. I will goat. I will Yzma said goat. Up to 19. Pass. And Merlin goat, thankfully, not gonna do it. Whew. Good game. Three and one, folks. Let's get this reported real quick. We played 2 games. I went first and I won. And then John went first and I won. Confirm. Alright. That first game was an absolute banger. Good lord. Up to 3-1. Whew. 23 minutes. Let's play some ladder. Why not? Whew. That was a big confidence boost, to be honest. Emerald Steel. Keep bumping into this one today. I recognise John's name. I believe they're a pretty good player. And that match was pretty intense. We keep Grab Your Swords against Emerald Steel. We obviously don't keep Elsa's. I'm probably not keeping Benja either. Nice. Let's just ink the Yzma here. I will only play the Olaf when I know I have a snake or a fox, and probably not before. Whew. Okay, against Emerald Steel, I don't know how much I need Yzmas, to be honest, but I'm happy to ink this Olaf now and run out an Eric that can challenge things that don't have ward. And then I'll just start drawing cards with our old friends on the other side. Alright, Bucky does come down. We find more swords. We're going to ink this Yzma. Since you've got a bit of downtime, can you chat more about in detail about your singles in your deck and how they're alternatives to other cards? For sure. I'll tell you what, let me wrap through this game and then I'll take a look at the time we've got and I'll talk about it in detail for you. John, more than happy to. I'll blast through this game against Emerald Steel and I will break down my card choices for you. No problem. Okay, opponent's on double Bucky. I would really like to set up my swords to be grabbed as quickly as possible here. So, let's draw a card off the rabbit. Another Ursula. Happy to quest. So we're going to lose 2 cards here. So I imagine we lose Grab Your Swords Ursula, probably. If our opponent plays a Floodborn. Yes. So we're going to lose this and lose this. Beastie Boy. It's a good one to have drawn, to be honest. How jammy do I want to get? I can't really let my opponent have a draw off of Jafar, I don't think. I think keeping the beast is unnecessary. Whew. Sudden chill. Alright, I'll get rid of the other Grab Your Swords here, I think. I think we might be past. Oh, goodbye, Ursula. Opponent's doing a good job at ripping our hand down. They're not gaining advantage while they're doing it, though, which is the nice part. Foxy, Foxy. That's a good draw. Let's sing a little song of Sixpence. And Foxy it back. I am happy inking this Tinkerbell, that's fine. Off you go. Flynn Rider, sure. Shift Bigger Flynn, also fine. Not sure why you do that instead of just playing Flynn, but okay. I'm fine to be patient here on this Grab Your Swords. I can probably get more value out of it. Let's ink the Maleficent. Opponent can quest if they'd like to. Off you go. Whew. Beastie Boy, glad that I held on to this Grab Your Swords, because that's a good card. I am obliged to do that, sadly. Do I ink this fox? Probably, yeah. And then I am fine with Beastie trading for either of these, so off you go. Ooh. What are we on time-wise? 17 minutes. We've got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Put on the improvisers. I kind of like the improvisers in this deck. They feel like pretty good ways of chaining your stuff together. This is a pretty easy Elsa for me. Lock. Eric busts the beast in half, as he has a tendency to do. And then just questity. And I'll protect this rabbit from a discard effect by holding on to Benja. A little bit of spray from Tinkerbell, that's fine. We'll play a rabbit. Ooh, pretty happy to ink the Olaf. Might sing this so I can play the things I draw. Does mean I'm letting the Tink get a hit though. That's probably okay. maybe I'm not letting the Tink get hits. Yeah, sure. Just shrink down that Flynn while we're at it. Am I questing with Elsa? Yeah, sure. It's fine. I think it's mostly not going to matter, but the Tink doesn't trade directly into the Elsa. It needs a bit of help. If there's another Tink, then fair enough. Grab your swords is also fine. This is pretty good for my opponent. They clear up the Fox and the Elsa. I do, of course, get to clear the Tink on the way back. I actually just get to do it disgustingly with Big Tink as well, which is pretty great. "15 minutes on the clock." Awesome. What I will say, John, if I do this deck breakdown for you shortly, I'll do my best to explain things, but feel free to ask questions too. If you are not sure about something, my explanation doesn't help, you have a question I don't answer, you know, feel free to chuck it in the chat, and I'll do my best to cover all the bases and make sure that everything makes sense for you. Tink will clear. We'll ink the Benja. And Rabbit. And opponent agrees that we are done here. Alright, cool. Let me go take a look at the deck list for you then. So, this is the list we chose to register today. Unfortunately, bits of it will be hidden behind my face because of how the client is laid out. But the only card you cannot see below Grab Your Swords is Giant Tinkerbell. So, we'll get to that in a little bit. Basis, when I pick up a deck for an event, or I'm building a deck for an event, I'm building with goals in mind. So there are things that I want to beat, there are things that I want to do. So going into this event, I knew I was expecting to see a pretty reasonable amount of Amber Steel Song, a pretty reasonable amount of Ruby Amethyst. So I know the things that they're doing, I have to be able to interact with, which is good to know. And so what are the things I want to do in that format? I want to generate card advantage. I want to be good at clearing problematic characters. And I want to be able to go slightly bigger than those decks, where possible. And have aggressively slanted threats that can close a door fast, but are bigger and more problematic than, let's say, a Minnie Mouse stylish surfer. And that's what leads me to play a deck like Amethyst Steel. And why I think it's particularly good into the room. So, in terms of card choices, a number of these I'll just brush off as, you know, well, we're playing the card because it's insane, and it's the reason to play the deck. So, you know, we'll get those out of the way to start with. I personally think the cards that are the reason to play Amethyst Steel, and you should just be playing 4 of at all times, are Tinkerbell, Giant Fairy, Grab Your Swords, Beast, Tragic Hero. I think playing any less than 4 is very silly. Those are the slam dunks for Steel. You should just have them in your deck, whether you care about it or not. Maybe let the Storm Rage on. Maybe. The card's pretty good. In terms of Amethyst, the same thing. The cards I think are just absurd. You know, Merlin Goat, Merlin Rabbit. They're just always making the cut. Madam Mim, the Fox version, and the Snake version we're choosing to play 4 of because I do think it is really that good. But there are worlds you could play less than 4. If you particularly want to. Once you get to that point, you start refining the choices you want to make for the rest of the deck, and I need to choose what holes I need to fill and what matchups I want to make myself better against. So I'm playing this deck because I already think I have a good matchup into Ruby Amethyst and into Amber Steel, so I want to spend my tech slots, if possible, making my matchups better into other decks that might be problematic. Things like Emerald Steel, things like Sapphire Steel, perhaps, maybe the Amber Amethyst Hyper Aggro deck. So my early game is slanted to be able to handle those cards, because if I want to play Madam Mim Snake, I have to play 1-cost cards so that I can enable Madam Mim Snake on turn 2. As a result, I don't want to play two twos as 1-cost cards because they die to Teeth and Ambitions and can stop me from playing a snake. So I want to play 1/3s where possible. That's why Olaf gets the cut in terms of the 1-drop slot. But I want an extra 1-drop to enable Madam Mim a little more often and be able to challenge those aggressive decks. So I have a single copy of Captain Hook. He does die to Teeth and Ambitions, but he's very good at trading up. He's a fantastic card in general. And he's basically operating as my 4th copy of Prince Eric, Dashing and Brave, I think his name is. I want anti-aggro early tools, which is why I'm playing those 2 drops. And I can choose to play 1 Captain Hook and 3 Prince Eric instead of playing 4 Prince Eric, so that I have an extra copy of a 1-drop to enable Madam Mim Snake, and to make those early turns a bit smoother, which is why the Captain Hook ends up making the cut. In terms of the rest of the deck, Friends on the other side and Maleficent are a little bit more interchangeable at this point. You obviously definitely want some amount of both. I tend to lean heavier on Friends than I do Maleficent, because I think Merlin Rabbit fits the role of Maleficent better, and Friends is a more flexible card, and it's inkable and the like. But you can go 4/3 the other way if you prefer. I like 7. 7 just feels like the right kind of number of these like 3-cost card advantage effects. And so that's mostly where I've been on those so far, but I can see it swinging 4/3 either way, which is fine. We've talked about the Merlins. Yzma. Yzma's a card I'm playing 3 of. I'm just going to check the time real quick, bear with me. 10 minutes, we're all good. I'm playing 3 Yzma because it answers a lot of the problems I have with this deck. So, first of all, you can just Yzma away your own rabbit and draw 3 cards, which in a top deck situation, when you need to generate card advantage, you're looking for certain cards, it's fantastic to just be able to nuke your own rabbit and draw 3. It puts the rabbit back into the deck, which is even better, so you can find it again later. But Yzma specifically acts as an Amethyst answer to cards that Steel cannot answer efficiently. So thinking Cinderella Stout-Hearted, thinking opposing copies of Ursula, opposing copies of Elsa, sometimes Giant Tink. Basically anything with more than 6 willpower. Or that has resist, you know, that Steel can sometimes struggle to get over. It just means I will always have a card in my deck that can answer those in a pinch, even if I have to give my opponent card advantage to do so. It's also inkable if I don't want to do that. So Yzma for me is a fantastic card. Not enough to play 4 of it. I never want that much of that effect. It's an answer, not a proactive card. But I do want more than 1 or 2. I think those are the cards that we lose to. Cinderella Stout-Hearted is really hard to get off the table for this deck sometimes. Opposing Ursula's are really big, and you can just lose to your opponent questing. And I want to shut that down, and that's why I'm playing the 3rd Yzma. I'm on 2 Elsa, 3 Ursula. Sorry, other way around. 3 Elsa, 2 Ursula. This is actually really close for me. I think on average, Elsa is the better card. And that's why you should be playing 3 in terms of the top end that you want. You want ways to finish the game. You want to be able to close the door quickly. They both quest for 3. Elsa's fantastic at allowing your Madam Mims and other onboard threats to trade efficiently. Plays very well with a lot of the Steel splash damage. Ursula is a very deliberate choice in the face of the GOAT decks. I think having Ursulas in your deck is very good against opposing Amethyst matchups. Because you need to be able to stop Sorcerer's Spellbook and Merlin Goat from shredding you to pieces and just being able to run away with the game once your opponent has enough lore. Ursula is a proactive way for you to do that, so you're not only playing to the board and starting to race yourself, but you're slowing them down by pipping some lore away. I think if you expected a room full of Ruby Amethyst, I would probably play more Ursulas than Elsas. I wasn't sure on where it would break. Elsa is much better into Amber Steel. So I went with the 3-2 switch that way. I think you can go 3-2 the other way if you expect nothing but Ruby Amethyst. Going on to Steel cards. What did I just add by accident? Get out of here, Ariel. Going on to Steel cards that we haven't talked about. Prince Eric, again, is my choice of 2-cost card. I think you can play Pinocchio in this slot if you like. We kind of talked about Pinocchio a little bit earlier on. It's a fine card. I just don't like the fact that it's not inkable, and it not being inkable cuts into how many non-inkables I'm already playing. I want to max out my rabbits. I want to play Ursulas. These are all uninkable cards. Grab your swords, you know. I don't want more uninkables in my deck if I can help it. Let the storm rage on, so on and so forth. I wanted to make my early game better against aggro, because I expected to see some aggro in this event. Prince Eric gets the cut for me as a result. It trades up exceptionally well. It handles aerial, it handles anything with 3 toughness, so on and so forth. The 2 copies of Benja have been incredible. Long story short, you need an answer in your deck to Sorcerer's Spellbook. Sometimes you need to be able to answer things like Maurice's Workshop or Lantern out of other decks as well, but it is pretty much exclusively for Sorcerer's Spellbook. It's a fine questing body otherwise. It's also inkable when it doesn't do that. You just lose games to a Spellbook sitting around that you can't answer. They're always going to go long, so you've got to have some Benjas in your deck to be able to take care of those. Benja is a better card than Beast Hardheaded in my opinion, which is why it gets the cut. We get on to the interesting choices of the 3-cost removal effects, and this is kind of what I was alluding to about single cards being chosen that are alternatives to other effects. I chose to want 5 flexible removal effects that could answer cheap creatures from my opponent, but there was a few different things I was worried about answering. Happy to help, John, honestly. Very happy to help. I'm glad it's helping. I think Let the Storm Rage On is the best of these effects. I think, on average, in most matchups, it's your best way to do it. Singing it is incredible. Getting a card back from it is incredible. It's just the most powerful of them, but it doesn't answer all of your problems. So it's the one that I want the most of, but it's not the one that I want all of. I don't want it to fill out all my slots, because it doesn't answer Aerial, Spectacular Singer. It doesn't answer things like Minnie Mouse, Stylish Surfer. These are cards that I kind of, Peter Pan's Shadow even. They're cards that I think this deck has a bit of a problem with, that have too much toughness to be answered by a Let the Storm Rage On. So I want to have some effects available to me that can answer bigger problems, that also can answer smaller problems in a pinch at a reasonable cost point. And that's why we get a single copy of Smash, we get a single copy of Strength of a Raging Fire. The reason this is a 1-1 split, Smash is specifically for Aerial and Minnie Mouse, Stylish Surfer. It's the consideration in mind. Of course, it still does damage, it still turns off a Beast Tragic Hero. You're not giving that up, per se. But it's specifically there to answer the 3 willpower characters. Strength of a Raging Fire gives me another way in my deck to theoretically answer things like Maui, like Cinderella Stouthide, these bigger cards with more willpower against non-Ruby decks. The sweet spot really is to be able to kill like 4 and 5 toughness stuff, like Tinkerbell Giant Fairy, but it often ends up playing well with Grab Your Swords. You end up using Strength of a Raging Fire, singing it alongside Grab Your Swords to take care of a particularly large problem. I think in the future there's a good chance the Strength of a Raging Fire doesn't make it. I've been kind of unimpressed by it today. It was a bit of a last minute change for me. And in that world I'd probably play a second Smash, because the Smash has been quite good, and I've been quite impressed by the Smash. But that's the reason why that split exists. On to the bottom here, the last card we haven't talked about that we're not just playing 4 of because they're great in the deck and you should play them all the time. 2 copies of Tinkerbell, the small 3-cost Tactician version. I think being able to shift Tinkerbell Giant Fairy is very important for the aggro matchups. You want to have the ability to do that. A cheaper version of Tinkerbell to shift her onto. I think Tinkerbell in general is a fine card. Sometimes she just filters through stuff that's blank in the matchup with her effect instead of questing. She's a little hard to get rid of from having 4 willpower. For the most part, I built the rest of the deck. I knew I wanted some number of Tinkerbells left available, and I was at 58 cards. So 2 is the number I landed on in Tink's case. It wasn't so much of a curated decision on that one. It was a case of I knew what I wanted the rest of the deck to look like. I wanted my 5 3-cost removal effects. I wanted my 2 copies of Benja. I wanted my 5 1-drops. I want my 2 drops to be good against aggro. The other decisions affected how much space I had left. And when I built the deck, it was 58 cards. I knew I wanted some number of Tinkerbell, and I had space for 2. And that's the reason why I ended up with 2 of her in the end. Hopefully, that's enough of a reasonable explanation as to how we built the deck and how the list came together. And you understand the card choices a little bit better. If you have any questions, do feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to oblige. But yeah, that's how I ended up on this list of Amethyst Steel. All in all, I think the deck's pretty great. I can see myself playing it in a lot of tournaments going forward. We have about 4 minutes left, folks, for people that are chilling, waiting for the next round, which is fine. A little less than that now, 3 minutes heading down, so we'll just chill. We'll hang fire and wait for round number 5 to start. We are 3-1 going into round 5, looking to keep our wheels spinning. My pleasure, John. Happy to help. Thank you. I always try and do a similar style of that kind of breakdown to any deck on TCG Player where I write my articles for Lorcana. I always try and break things down as best as I can. So if that's the kind of thing that helps you, I've got a couple of deck guides up on TCG Player. There's a link to my articles in the description box down below if you aren't familiar with them. And I've got a few on there. Things like red, yellow, Mufasa I did a guide for recently. There's a slightly out-of-date Amber Steel one that kind of breaks down the deck list in a similar fashion. I just think it's important to explain to people why cards are played and what the thought process behind them is. So hopefully that can help you out. All right. I'm glad, John. Thank you for reading my content. It's people like you that let it be my day job. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do it for a living. I'm glad they help. Alrighty. About 40 seconds left on the clock, so I imagine we'll have some turns to take at the end of time. But we won't be long now. Little miffed actually about that round 2 loss. I think there's a chance we could have played that better. It's one that I'm definitely going to look back on and try and evaluate in a vacuum later on. Not right now though. Right now I've got more games to win. We've got 4 more rounds of Swiss before a top 8 cut. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle. But we'll do what we can. I wonder how many players are actually left in the event. I don't seem to have a way of checking that. Oh well. Oh, I like this 9 rounds of Swiss. Oh, dude, I've got 5 more. I don't know if we're going to make that. I might be dead by the top 8 cut. We'll find out, I guess. Okay. Time has been called. 5 turns for people who are still going. And then we'll be on our way into round number 5. I'm probably going to step away real quick and use the bathroom chat before this round starts. So let's see a breakdown of that round 2 loss. I can definitely see, if I find enough critical thinking in there, I can definitely see myself doing that once I've watched it back. But yeah, bear with me, chat. I'm going to run to the bathroom and I will be right back. Okie dokie. You think generally there's a lot of value in critically reflecting on losses? I do it all the time. Literally all the time. I will review as many games as I've possibly recorded. Whenever I can. I think it's a huge deal. Self-reflection is important if you ever intend to improve. So, couldn't agree more. But yeah, I intend on reviewing round 2, seeing what I could have done differently. And if I think it will make a good content piece, I'll pitch it. And if my editor wants it, great. If they don't, we'll see. Maybe I make it a video for the channel when I've got the ability to. We'll see. Looks like I was mostly right about the metagame, though. There is a lot of Ruby Amethyst out here. Like a lot. Alright, let's take a look. See if we're nearly ready to go. Round is still completed at the moment, no update per se. Oh. Starting to get the old chair sweats. Been sitting down too long. Whew. If you're playing through turns, you have until the start of round 4 in 10 minutes. Why do we keep doing this, guys? Oh, pardon my language, folks. I apologize. I'm not going to play another round in the 10 minutes. I'm trying to save what brain energy I have, and I'm not going to play another ladder game for now. I'll talk and chill a little more, it's fine, but I'm not sure why we keep tacking 10 minutes onto the end of every round. I'm not going to be able to play top 8. If I make it, I'm just going to die. It's not... This is too long of an event to do that. At least in my opinion. Oh, okay. Well, let's just chill. Let's relax. Let's enjoy our break. I apologise for the lack of entertainment, but I'm sure you understand if you've ever streamed a tournament yourself before. There's only so much brain juice you have for games during the day, especially if they're games like the one that we just played, which was a absolute corker. Yeah, the chair sweat, man. Oh, it's just uncomfortable. Itchy leg syndrome. Oh. I don't know. Insane thing, I don't know. It just seems a bit excessive. I know they've got a lot of new players in the event. Don't get me wrong. Like, I understand people are figuring it out, but come on, it's round 5 almost. These people should be familiar with what's going on by now, if they're still playing. Like, yeah, John's kind of got it right. It automates shuffling and stuff. It shouldn't even take us the full 50 minutes. It just... I understand maybe it takes a little time to queue up your game, a little longer than maybe it should. But, I don't know, it just seems like a bit of a cop-out to me. It's fine. I say, I don't mind the break, personally. I just understand it's not very entertaining to be sitting here chilling in between rounds. I don't mind if I've got like 25 minutes on the clock playing a game, but 10 minutes is not enough for this deck, really, and I don't want to be burning brain juice. God, why can I not get comfortable since I came back? This is the worst. Ugh. I think it's just a lot of people that aren't used to tournament structure, to be honest with you. Insane thing. By the looks of it, this event was marketed to try and be the biggest Lorcana event of all time, and I believe it actually still is, even with all the people that signed up and didn't turn up. There's a lot of people, that, like Lorcana especially, it's just super new player friendly, and it attracts a lot of people that have never played TCGs before. And they just aren't familiar with tournament structure, right? They don't know how end of time procedures work. It gets a bit clunky. They're not sure where someone's pinging them on Discord where they're trying to focus on their game. It's I get it. I understand there's a need for a little bit of leniency, but I can't handle 10 minutes of leniency every round. It just adds a whole extra, 2 hours onto the event. It's a lot. Started X Sealed League. Yeah. We've had, I think round 2, I had like 6 minutes left on the clock when we wrapped it, but every other round we've played today, I've had like 25. It's But I'm also an experienced tournament player, so maybe I'm not the best at measuring stick. Yeah. All right. I'm pretty happy with the deck though. The more I think about it, I'm very happy with the list I submitted. I think the only change I am considering specifically is the storm, is the strength of a Raging Fire Smash Storm Rage On split. Maybe it's 3-2, maybe it's 2-3, maybe it's still 3-1-1, I'm not sure. But this split doesn't feel right. I think strength of a Raging Fire has been very under-impressive. Everything else has felt pretty great, honestly. I don't see myself changing it anytime soon. So every game and not having time to go, nah, man. Like, I'm playing a slow enough deck today. I don't need to be doing that. Not really. And to be honest, as I say, the clock for this event is super generous. It is 50 minutes, but like, it's 50 minutes plus a 5-minute, like, find your partner timer, and like, apparently 10 minutes for turns at the end. Like, I don't think I could go a time if I tried. Do any other TCGs have strict turn rules for competitive? Yes, they do. They do. Every game kind of has their own system. They do it their own way. 5 turns is not the most common one. Some games do 3 turns. Some games do highest life total. Some games do any other menagerie of end of turn procedures. But there is always some kind of end of turn procedure to make sure that a match actually ends. I'm trying to figure out where I know our last round opponent from. I remember the name. Who is John Mann? I know I know that name. I think I might have covered one of their tournament results or something. The name's stuck in my brain. I recognize it. It's weird. 55 minutes, you can do fatigue. Oh yeah, you certainly could. The slowest deck in this game is likely to use most of the 50 minutes that you would normally get in paper, but we're not at a point anymore where people tend to get draws in paper. It feels best in Amber Steel. Yeah, I think it's a nice one-off to have, John. It's nice to be able to ink it. It's nice to have another out to those slightly bigger cards, but I don't think we go wide enough in this deck. Unlike Amber Steel, that plays a lot more one costs. I think I would rather it just be a second Smash in the future. Everything else feels pretty clean, though. Like, it's really only Ruby Amethyst mirrors that have any fear of going to time, in my opinion. I don't think anyone else should really be worried about it. It does happen sometimes when you're playing the Ruby Amethyst mirrors, though. They can be quite slow and quite brain melty. Was this free entry? It was. This was held by Thea Booysen, who is Mr. Beast's other half, if you're not familiar. She's very into Lorcana, very eager to push competitive play before the Q1 announcement. And so she wanted to host the single biggest Lorcana event that has ever been on Pixelborn. There was 450 odd people that signed up. We have nearly 300 that were actually playing. Free to play, over $1,000 in prize money. Some unique promos that we haven't actually been told what they are yet. They're things that are unrevealed to the top 16. There's an invite to some kind of invitational to the winner that no one really knows what that's about yet, but it was completely free to play and has a good chunk of people. You're playing Amber Steel at the moment, but I'm looking to cut counts of strength yourself. Currently on 0 Benja. Yeah, oh, don't play 0 Benja. Benja's insane. Like, don't get me wrong, Amber Steel is a bit better into spellbooks. Like, in general, you're not so worried about items punking you out, but Benja is incredible, and I don't think playing 0 is correct myself. That's just, maybe that's just me, but that's kind of how I feel about it. You're on the same team with Gwen. Nice. Should have joined and played Fatigue. You need to learn how to play Lorcana someday. I'm more than happy to teach you if you'd like. I mean, there is literally this free-to-play client that has all the cards and costs you nothing. If you'd ever like to learn, but they are eager for the comp scene to be quite good, from what I understand. Let's see how we're doing. All right. We are 1 minute away from the end of the extension. Hopefully we will have round numero 5 within a minute or two after that. And we can rock our socks and try and stay winning, as the kids say. Benja's been phenomenal for me today, by the way. Like, I straight up think I lose 2 games if it's not in my deck. Just two of the games we've played, I just don't win if it's not in my deck. It's been great. Highly recommend some Benjas. Big fan. Yeah, 449 people signed up. 282 ended up playing. We're currently in 26th, which is cool. Just played red purple into a flute deck. They got 3 flutes out both. Yeah, 3 flutes is rough. Like, it's hard to keep up with old 3 flute. Yeah, Tragic Hero is kind of nuts. Insane thing in my opinion. I think sadly his price is going up and up and up. I think he's now the most expensive card in Lorcana. That's not an enchanted, of course. But yes, he is incredible. I really, really recommend playing all the beasts that you're allowed to legally register. The card is kind of absurd. I mean, like, how good has a 5-cost card got to be to invalidate a whole new world? And it's basically done that. It's just, you'd much rather play it than a whole new world, which is insane, because that card is also giga broken. It's just crazy. Oh, the ick is catching up with me, folks. I'm dying. We still have so many rounds to go. Glad you bought a playset of Tragic Hero at $30 each. I don't actually own any, which is unfortunate. If I want to play this deck IRL, I've got a winner case event coming up in 2 weeks. If I want to play this deck IRL, I've got to either buy 4 of them or find someone who will lend them to me. Definitely bought low on that one. Yeah, I mean, I think, what is he now, 45 bucks? 46 bucks? I know he costs more than the enchanted version of Pete now. I don't know exactly where he is. It's a tough one, Insane thing, because like if you're built around a whole new world, if you're still a Stitch Rockstar deck, then you can't just slot Tragic Hero in and be done with it. Like, there's more to it than that. Yeah, I'll explain when I've got some time. Looks like we have a pairing now. Let's take a look. Teng Ma. Why do I feel like I know that name as well? We're in 25th when all the tiebreakers were calculated. Okay. Hello to our opponent. Halfway there. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. Okay. Make sure I remember to tick the box, because it should be random as to who goes first. Let's go. Go to Mars. I know who this is. They stream and all. Okay, I know who this is. This is going to be a hard fucking match. Yeah, the price gap in the UK is pretty nuts. Alright, bear with me, folks. I'll be right back. This is going to be a fucking hard match. Okay, we are going first. We don't want... let the storm rage on. I'll keep Tink Tink. I will... throw... these three. Hitting the Olaf there is kind of big. Alright. Can you tell that my opponent plays more Lorcana than me with all of their accessories and game boards? So opponent is on Ruby. They are inking and Maleficent, so I assume it's Ruby Amethyst. Which means I'm much more comfortable inking these Tinks. Now that I'm aware of that. So let's do that. Ink the Tinkerbell. Quest. Snake. Pick up the Olaf. Off you go. Let's see if my opponent is Ruby Amethyst. It's what I expect it to be. It's nearly always Ruby Amethyst in this event, by the looks of it. Inks a Snake. Okay, opponent's start is very slow. But they are Ruby Amethyst. Maleficent will get to work, draw us a card. We have a pretty reasonable start here, but we are kind of soft to be prepared at the moment. We haven't got anything other than friends on the other side to generate card advantage. Inking a friends of their own. Sure. Mini. Okay. Mini's definitely the reason I want the extra smash. I'll tell you that for nothing. She's been a real pain in my ass. Let's draw with friends. Let's sing it. We find a fox. We find a Tinkerbell. The Tink's actually pretty good here. No rabbit, though. Yeah, I'll Tink. Was really hoping to find a Merlin rabbit by now, but no such luck. Good chance my opponent rabbits on 4 because they kept a slow hand. I imagine rabbit's the kind of card they would have kept. Must break surfboards. The card's really hard for me to handle. The reason I'm on 1 smash today is because I wanted to hedge against specifically Minnie Mouse, Stylish Surfer. And we've played against enough Ruby Amethyst that I wish I was just playing 2. Inks a Mim. Quests with Minnie. Another Minnie. Okay, this is good. Okay, I need to grab your swords. Or a smash. Pretty bad. Okay. Let's sing. Let's go looking for it. No such luck. Gonna shift the Tink. Spray some damage. Grab your swords would be pretty aces right about now, I'll be honest. I don't really want to extend much further into this board. Oh, the Maui's pretty gnarly. That's fine. We were okay making that decision because we knew we had another Tinkerbell in our hand. But no extra splash damage to kill these minis is becoming a problem. bash. I would really like some swords, I'll be honest. I am at the point where I can theoretically... Maybe I shouldn't have inked the snake, because turn 8 could be rebuy the Tink, replay the Tink. Now I have to wait till turn 9 for that, or not play the Tink the turn I bounce it. Tremaine, sure. Goodbye, Maleficent. You've tried your best. Oh, this is rough. Opponent goes to 10. We're inking this Olaf always. I think I've talked myself into it. Pick up the Tinkerbell. Do I quest? Because if my opponent trades with the Mim, the Tink takes it out and they know that? Yeah, okay. Sure. If you have another Maui, then fair enough, but... This is rough. Opponent has so much lore. Couldn't clear these minis. It's definitely a problem for this deck. Rebuys one of them. Shit, we're in trouble, dude. How do we win this race? It definitely starts like this, unfortunately. Do I need to hold this Yzma? This happens. $13, $14. So opponent's going to 18. I'm going to 14, 15, 16, 17. I can take them down. I think I have to hold the Yzma. But I can't take them down one and also Yzma. Oh, I think we might be a little too slow here. These minis. Mini was a problem. We didn't find any grab your swords. This can just be like goat and we're dead. Tremaine. It's not enough. I can put them to 17, they quest to 21. I just can't hit this mini. Oh, brutal. Okay. First time we're losing a game one. Alright, going first. Let's try and recuperate. Okay. So I can throw grabby swords. I can mulligan more aggressively now that I know it's Ruby Amethyst. I'm not going to keep the Tinkerbells. Didn't really want to draw that Elsa, but sure. So we're going to ink the snake here, because we are not playing a one cost. We might not even play the Eric. We might ink it as well. Oh, excuse me. This hand is pretty crap, actually. It's not very good. Put Ink's Maui, sure. I'm fine not playing this Eric. Let's just ink it. Off you go. Opponent will ink a Mim of their own. Didn't find the one cost either. Does just take the pass, sure. I'm going to hold the goats over holding the Yzma. I think the goats are more important in this matchup. Let's just get Maleficent on the table. We have all the rabbits this time round. Our turn to have a slower start. Opponent inks a goat, sure. So their hand's probably quite heavy on uninkables. Another mini-man. We've got the wrong answer to it too. At least I can tag team this time to answer it in a pinch between Let the Storm Rage On and Grab Your Swords. Okay, now maybe we can do two. I'm going to sing one of these now. Cantrip it through. If opponent picks up the mini with a bounce effect, that's going to be a little bit annoying, but probably fine. I just want to use my resources. Questing with a Maleficent is whatever. Singing a Let the Storm Rage On is genuinely quite powerful if I can sing another one next turn. Keep the tempo going. Opponent will quest. Rabbit of their own makes a lot of sense. Mim. Sure, so let's do the things that are always happening here first. Let's sing with Maleficent into the mini. Was very much hoping to draw a tragic hero there, but you can't always. Let's just go with another rabbit. I know my opponent's on the crab list, but I think I'm still questing with this this rabbit. This is looking much better. Not getting buried by minis on turn 4 is a much better start for us. Keeping up on cards, multiple rabbits. Opponent will friends on the other side to fill the hand up. Teeth and Ambitions is a pretty good one for them here. Clears the Maleficent. Even has the Fox to make it the perfect lineup. So I probably Tinkerbell here to clear the Fox free of charge. Do find a tragic hero. Little slow now because I need to be careful of Be Prepared. It might be the follow-up if I can protect it with something next to it. If I can avoid Tremaine. So we'll Tinkerbell to clear the Fox. Quest. And pass. Ink's a snake, sure. Maui. What can I say except you're welcome? Draw off the rabbit. Are we trading with a Maui? Is that what we're doing? That seems very lackluster. We can sing Grab Your Swords, play Tinkerbell. That's probably the line, honestly. I will ink a fox. Hey Manuel, played yours earlier, thank you. Am I on delay? No. I'm a community figure. If people want to cheat against me, they can cheat against me. I just want to play good games and interact with people that want to interact. But thank you for the games earlier, I appreciate it. And thank you for the good luck wishes. I appreciate those too. We'll lose a tink. What can I say except for aggressive Mongolian throat singing? Yeah, something like that. I think the Elsa's actually pretty good here. Yeah, sure. I don't mind this. Clear the Tremaine. Hold the beast back until... I don't want to do this. Until after the Be Prepared. This is definitely the kind of board my opponent kind of needs to be prepared, because it's hard to handle otherwise, and is questing for 5 if they don't. They might be able to just, like, Tremaine, Maleficent in the coming turns, but they are only on 8 ink this turn. You do it every time you play Maui? I mean, fair. Opponent's on the Ursula list, sure. This is where you want to be right now. Ursula's very good into these mirror matches. She's a little bit of a pain to handle here. We do draw our own one, which I'm not going to complain about. Boop. I'll ink the Tink. And I'll just quest with the Elsa. This is tough. I can sing here and draw. My opponent scores the hit. But I expect them to sing Be Prepared here all the time anyway. I think this is right. Because if they hit this, I don't sing Be Prepared with Ursula, I'm fine with it. Like, that's actively good for me. Yep. Rabbit is the name of the game. Multiple rabbits is a bit of a problem. Okay. I'm a little scared of Maleficent here, but I can't really beat it, so let's play around Tremaine. Establish a Beastie Boy. I'm not going to ink any of these. Opponent will get Frenzy. Does find the Maleficent. We are in some trouble now. Rough pair of games, this one, unfortunately. Opponent's drawn quite well. You could argue that we have not. Let's start on Friends here, I think. Swords might matter a bit later, probably not right now. I can play another beast. I can just run out the Tink. I think I'm just playing another beast here. This is rough. I'm not really sure how we're getting back into this. Double rabbit follow-up after a Be Prepared was pretty gross. We got another one. Opponent is gonna Be Prepared this board to clear the beast. That's probably a good thing for me if they do. It's a Tremaine. Well, we did play around that at least. Okay. Rabbit of our own. Hook. I think I just want to bounce the rabbit here, to be honest. Opponent's questing for 6, up to 11. Yeah, okay. Pick up the rabbit, draw a card, ink the hook, replay the rabbit. Another Elsa. Okay. I think we can get back into this, but we need a bit of help. Giving our opponent a lot of rope to work with here, with the amount of lore they can quest for. Yep, all the way up to 11. Merlin to 12, Virtual 13. I'd love a second grab your swords right about now. I can tag team with Tink, but it's not quite as good. Okay. Guess it's time to tag team with Tink. I'll link the Maleficent. Yep, your rabbits were always drawing your cards. Your goat was always putting you to 13. We go clear, clear. The bench is a pretty good pickup, actually. And I'll leave this beast here for now. Beast is going to work. My opponent, unfortunately, is on 13 lore with 7 cards in hand, so this is going to be a struggle. I think I'm down 1 Ursula already. Yeah. Oh dear. This might just be too much. If they're strategic with their goat. Rabbit. Sure. Okay, we gotta start putting our foot down here, folks, or we're not gonna get anywhere. Means we've got to play into be prepared, though, whether we like it or not. Lock, lock. So we know they have a goat in hand is the thing. I have to race, don't I? It's just foot down, ass up at this point. Ink the snake, play a goat. I can't wait. I can't beat anything. Waiting gets me killed. Yep. Nothing I can do. I have to force the issue. And hope that the rest of my hand can get us over the rest of the line. Opponent is down 2, be prepared. Running out the Olaf is pretty heads up from them, I think. So let's... Elsa again. Lock, lock. Rabbit. I can ink one of these benches. Keep go. The goat's back. This is going to be too much. Goat has them on virtual 19, even if they have no way of bouncing it one more time. Spellbook. So we're actually just dead if the goat ever dies. So this has to happen. Pop the spellbook. We go. Why can't this rabbit kill anything? That's so annoying. Quest. Punch. Have I inked this turn? Not sure. Bounce the Elsa. Replay the Elsa. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to find a goat of my own if I want to win this game from here. And I need them to have no bounce effect. Yeah, couldn't do it. Just couldn't keep the goat in check. Goat mirrors, man. Makes you want the other Ursula. It really does. Brutal. Alright, we're not dead yet. I'll play until we're dead. We're 3-2. That was rough. I think there's a number of ways we can win that game with a bit of luck. Losing game 1 to the minis was pretty brutal, but game 2 felt in reach. Felt like my opponent was a little too many bounce effects with the goats. How long have we got on the timer? 26 minutes. I'll play on the ladder. It's fine. Yeah, not sure about that one. Not sure about that one. Little bit of a bad break. I'm sad to have lost to Ruby Amethyst twice today. I like the matchup quite a lot. Opponent's on Ruby Sapphire. Cool. I am a fan of the matchup, so a little sad to have lost it twice. So Ruby Sapphire, we want no Yzma, no Eric, no Storm Rage on. The Eric can just be ink, to be honest. Yeah, sure. That's fine. But it's on the bigger version with Maleficence. Of course, they open Popsicle, because they always do. Grabby Sword's not really what we're looking for in this matchup, unfortunately. I'll run out the hook. If only for Madam Mim Fox on turn 3. That was pretty brutal. Probably one I'll watch back. I think there was less to analyse from that game. I think we failed to put up our foot down in game 2 to beat the Be Prepared. Didn't quite get there. But with the Grammatala is a little annoying. This is a fantastic draw, of course. It's the reward for playing out the hook. What do we ink, though? I think it's probably the goat. And we'll just pick on up our hook. Ink this one next turn for our friends on the other side or Madam Mim Fox. Opponent will Mickey their way up. They got plenty of early acceleration here, that's for sure. Okay, the Olaf is worse than the Hook in this matchup, I think. And I'm not much fussed about punching Grammatala, so let's just draw some cards. We know opponent is on Ruby, so we don't have to worry about getting our hand a whole new worlded. More Popsicles. They will get cantripping. Oh, minis in this deck too. Can you stop? Please? Everybody picking up more copies of minis, and they are a problem for me. I think I just have to play more smashes going forward. It's fine. It's easily fixed. It's just worth knowing there is more of them out there than I perhaps assumed. Goodbye, Hook. You tried your best. We're fine to rabbit here. Do I let the Grammatala cash itself in yet? Probably not. I want to try and avoid Hades for a turn if I can. Sure. Sure. Opponent will link another Maleficent. I'm kind of happy about that. Judy's pretty good here, though. So we're looking for a Tink to tag team with this Grab Your Swords, ideally. Opponent is starting to run. We need a little more board pressure here. Wrong Tink. I should have specified. My bad. Alright, well, in which case, let's just jam our Tragic Hero. And try and set up for the big turn next turn to sing. I don't care about this Grammatala anymore, so let's just start questing. Dragonfire would be slightly upsetting here. Inking Nick is certainly a choice when you have a Popsicle in the bin. They do unfortunately have the Hades we were trying to fade. That's really bad here. Alright, well, we clear everything but the Hades, but there will still be a Hades in the way. That's not great. Strength of a Raging Fire. Okay. Might be able to work with that one shortly. Let's ink the Tink. Oh, they actually didn't quest with the Mickey, so that's a little annoying. Don't think we have much of a choice here. Just gonna sing Let the Storm Rage On. And then grab some swords. Clear up some of this mess. Less than ideal, but did not find any of our friends to tag team Grab Your Swords with. Given the opponent inked a Nick, I had to assume there was a Hiram in their hand, so I'm not actually that happy about how low on cards they were, because it's pretty easy for them to recoup them if they have a Hiram. James. James is a choice. I don't hate this. It's a curious choice. Not one I've seen in the deck very often. Okay, so now we have to go bump, bump, fox the rabbit, draw a card, crash. This is still questing for 3. Any item makes this Hiram very scary. Like, arguably a little rabbit flooded here, which is not great. Yeah, I just keep wishing this was a smash. I think the strength of the Raging Fire is just supposed to be a smash. Yep, this is where it gets out of control. Nick pulls back a Popsicle. Popsicle draws a card. Hiram turns the Popsicle into 2 more cards. And we are up creek without a paddle, as they say. Typically, I think this matchup is pretty damn bad for us, so I'm not that surprised to see us getting smushed. There's the smash. Where were you? All right. I guess the line is bump, smash, this doesn't even do everything I was hoping to do. Pick up the snake, bump, ink the snake. No, this doesn't do it either. Jeez. Yeah, if this is a smash, I'm just so much happier this entire time. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Just pick up the other fox and accept our demise. That was a punchy game on the ladder. Still 15 minutes left to go, so I imagine we'll get another one in before we have our next round up. Popsicle. You got it. Yeah, if you want to beat Amethyst Steel, this is probably the deck to do it with. I just don't think Popsicle Control is good enough into Ruby Amethyst, personally. All my steel cards look very silly in this matchup, though. They just don't care about anything that Steel's doing. Opponent's list looks pretty cool, though. The Jameses are an interesting choice. Let's get another game in before we have our next round. If we can, anyway. Sapphire Steel, sure. I don't mind this matchup. Can go either way. Okay. In the face of Sapphire Steel, we would prefer to find a 1-drop, I think. So let's go no Benja, no Fox. Finding second rabbit is a bit sad. Okay, let's ink the snake because we're not going to be able to play it on turn 2. And then depending on... Okay, so opponents on Stout-Hearted. So this is the more mid-rangey version of this deck with Develop Your Brains and 1 Jump Ahead. That's interesting. Maybe we don't play this Eric in this matchup then. Maybe we just ink it. Yeah, sure. Means this Grab Your Swords is probably going to be basically blank. Yeah, Pay No Heed, I kind of agree. I think they'll add that feature to Best of 3 only once the Best of 3 mode is active. I know it's a recent change that Pavel's made to the client. I'm not sure I prefer it either. I guess we'll see if it stays. But all in all, I agree with you, I would rather that be a feature that's in Best of 3, if anywhere, and not so much in Best of 1. Drawing pretty heavy on the uninkables here, sadly. We are just going to get to our rabbit turns just fine, though, even if we have to ink this beast. I want to ink the smash. Fishbones. They're actually interesting. Normally, okay, so I guess you could play Stoutheart in the bigger version if you wanted to. I'll happily ink the goat here over the beast. This does mean, however, that the Grab Your Swords is probably a fine card in this matchup just for turning off an opposing beast. Because I expect to see the beasts. Or not, or I wouldn't mind it being not at all either. It's fine. I think it creates an interesting skill decision when Best of 1 is the only format you're allowed to play. Makes non-games less of a factor, makes people enjoy themselves more, but I'm not passionate about it. Like it can go away. I don't really mind. Makes it feel closer to paper if that's what you're trying to emulate. Speaking of the beast, there he is. I think I would rather ping him with tempo if I have the choice. So let's go bonk. And we'll ink the goat, play our own beast, hold the other beast if we can. Off you go. Little worried about getting wheeled here. Wheel would be pretty good. Tink, sure, that's fine. Opponent turns off our beast. Very much what these steel mirror matches are all about. It's just making sure you have a source of damage lined up to keep the beast from drawing cards. Okay, sure, let's rabbit. Whoop. Ink the... am I inking the snake? Yeah. Ink the snack. And I think that'll do, honestly. Not a terrible start to this one. 10 minutes left on our clock before round number 6. If we take a third loss, I will wrap things up. If we're still at X2, I'll play it out. It's a long day. It's already quite late here, truth be told. I like the Cogsworths. I think these are just fantastic. And I love seeing more of the steel wheel decks starting to play it again. It's pretty great. Cards fantastic. Resisting your beast is disgusting as well. So I can start cracking through this board with Elsa next turn. But that's next turn. What are we doing this turn? Probably just playing a beast. I think I prefer the Ursula, honestly. No, I don't. They're on 0 lore. I don't prefer the Ursula. I just prefer the beast. They have not quested at all. So let's not. More beasts. Card's really good. Really, really good. Small Cinderella, sure. Do a little bit of cantripping. Opponent's very much looking for a whole new world here, I think. Maybe grab your swords would be fine too. What did you discard? Gaston! How are we discarding Gaston? Oh, that's why, sure. You needed a Tink to be able to ping the beast. I got you. No one's board is incredibly thick like Gaston. This Cogsworth is a pain in my ass, by the way. Beefing up some beasties. These are busting through Tinkerbell, but... Dumb question, I'm ready to a tournament. Sure, considering Dreamborn characters are supposed to be reinterpretations, what would I like to see? I've actually thought about this question a few times, and all of the answers I thought of have just escaped me entirely. So bear with me a second, I'll let you know. That's a good one. This is insane. It's actually just better than a Smash for the first time today. No, it's not, because this has Ward. Why am I so stupid? Alright, that wasn't clever. Don't do that. I'm here now, though. So, you know. Yeah, the brain ache is starting to get to us a bit. It's been a long event. Been at my desk all day. You know, it gets you to you after a while. That was bad. Don't do that. Who would I like to see? I don't know. I'm a bit of a sucker for like. I'd love to see, like, Elsa's of different elements. I think if she's, like, a fire queen, you know, toxic queen, like, poisonous, I don't know, like, earth, wind, fire, air. Earth mage would be pretty sick, actually. Earth Elsa would be kind of banging. My vote goes there. Just under 6 minutes before our next round. That looks like ink to me. This Cogsworth is a pain in my ass, but there's nothing I can do about it. So you need 3 damage to hit you, which means the only beast is hitting you, which is a shame, but okay. You also do, but I can send 2 rabbits into you if I prefer. Or just 1 rabbit, and then sing a Storm Rage on. Let's draw some cards. Bump. We are reasonably far ahead here. We're just kind of playing spaghetti with our opponent. Considering the different spirits in Frozen... Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense to me. I could definitely see it. I'd love to have seen a Madam Mim that was... Like, you got a Madam Mim Floodborn, but I don't think we got a Merlin one, did we? I can see myself quite wanting to see, like, a non-canon version that Merlin turns himself into a dragon. Or turns himself into a gun. I don't know. Those kind of things float my boat. I think I just have to start questing here, right? Don't want to wait around for my opponent to do stuff. Let's just close the door with our big Amethyst top end. Swords. Swords isn't terrible, in fairness. Thump. Yeah, like, other elements of Elsa would be pretty cool. I think Elsa's probably still my favourite card in Lorcana. Maybe not. It's close. I got a few. Oh, the double Cogsworth! Ah! Is there... yeah, Merlin Germ. Yeah. Is there a particular deck or ink or colour that I wish was more competitive? Yeah. Honestly, Emerald. I think Emerald's whole stick, its entire like tool set right now is very linear. I don't think it's got a lot going for it. Like, it does aggro well, it quests for a lot, but its removal kind of sucks. Like, its threats aren't very impressive. Like, you're only really seeing Emerald Steel have any success whatsoever. And I would really like Emerald to feel like it was a playable ink. Outside of that, I'd like a mid-rangey Sapphire deck. I love Cogsworth, I love Hades. And to be able to play a deck that's like maybe Amethyst Sapphire, close to what I'm playing here, where I've got good Sapphire tools instead of Steel tools, that would be A-okay with me. Well, my opponent's in some trouble here. Questy, Beastie, draw some cards. Inky. Oh, there you go. I think at the minute Emerald really needs some help. Less than 3 minutes. Hurry! You have to hurry, my Ursulas. They need to end the game. Oh, Hades is not bad here. It's not good enough. But... yeah, opponent had the typical Sapphire Steel problem where you do cool, explosive stuff early, you ramp a load, and then you fail to find card advantage and die. And it's not the best of plans, personally. Alright, less than 2 minutes until the round ends. We will chill. Mellow out a little bit. Take it easy. While we wait for said round to start. It's us against the world now, right? We're into round 6, so we've got to win 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's 4 on the bounce. That's going to be hard. Not impossible, though. 4 on the bounce is possible. Let's see. Dreamborn Merlins, now that you think on it, could probably be fantasy creatures from other films. Yeah, that would be cool too. Like, Merlins that just, I don't know, look like a Stitch or like an Abomination or whatever. Like, you can take that avenue. That'd be sweet. TikTok. On the clock. Fair play to the organizer of this, by the way. Obviously, the 10 minutes at the end of rounds has been a bit... but the event's been pretty smooth. I really can't fault them. It's just these things are so long. They take so many hours. Like, what, we've been live for, what, 5 hours and 40 minutes, and we're going into round 6. There's 4 more rounds of Swiss and a top 8 cut. It's just too long, dude, in one day. But fair play to them. This event has been smooth and buttery and very little issues. And I love to see Lorcana getting some more airtime and people actively supporting what's going on. Making the game grow. Looks like we might have some people who are like dropped but not dropped, like just, you know, not turning up, not reporting, haven't hit the drop button, which would be a bit crap. But hopefully that's a non-factor. Roster. Yeah, I mean oh Jesus, yeah, a lot of people have actually dropped at this point. I'm sure I could count how many players are left if I wanted to try. I'm not sure I can be bothered. Still plenty. Like, a good chunk. More than have dropped, but it's probably fair to say that the event has shrunk by half by now. I guess. I'd probably say about half the players are out of the event at this point, for better or worse. Fair enough. Okay. They've added 10 minutes again, dude. Alright, well, fuck it. I'll take another ladder game, I guess. If we're going to be around for another 10 minutes. I should just start assuming it's happening at this point. Than not. What made me pick Amethyst Steel for the event and not one of the top 3 decks? I think this deck is fantastically well positioned, pay no heed. I did a whole deck breakdown earlier in the VOD. I believe it was after round 4. If you want me to break down the rationales, thoughts, every card choice, you can go and check that out. I think it's well positioned. I enjoy playing it, and that was mostly part of it. Dave the Barbarian would be incredible in Same Thing. I agree. I love Dave the Barbarian. Anyone see what we were against? I wasn't paying attention. I think it's Ruby something. I wasn't looking though. Let's go like this. I think it's only a matter of time until you start seeing like Kingdom Hearts stuff. It's not. It's Ruby Amethyst. Cool, that's fine. We're probably not finishing this game before the next round starts then, but that's okay. I'll ink the Tink. Am I inking the Tink? It might actually get played on 3 here some amount of the time. No, I'll ink the Snake. It's fine. Dave has made a megaphone by grabbing some string and tying a squirrel to a megaphone. What a show. No Snake for the opponent is fairly big. Fairly happy to ink the Tink now. Even if it means we're passing on 3, I think it's fine. There's also a million 3-cost cards in our deck. Kingdom Hearts might be a licensing... Yeah, licensing nightmare might very well be an issue. But if the game succeeds enough, it won't be an issue. Disney just throw money at things and problems go away. It's only if it's Ravensburger on their own left to handle everything that stuff doesn't happen. If Disney want it to happen, I promise you it will happen. Alright, no turn 3 here, kind of blows. Elsa was not what we were hoping to see. Inking a goat. Off you goat. Ba-dum-bum-ba-dum-bum. I apologise if I miss messages and stuff. I'm just keeping half an eye on Discords and stuff to make sure I don't miss anything. This is so many beasts! We could probably afford to ink one of them at this point. That's fine. Let's get our rabbit on the go. Whoop. All the beasts! Unfortunate. I would rather have drawn a 3-drop. And unfortunately, because we're on the draw here, the beast is a fair bit worse too, because we have to play it into 1 turn before Be Prepared. Which is never really where you want to be. I'll ink the fox. That's fine. Beastie Boys. What's up? I expect to get Dragon Fired. At least I'm not getting Tremained. That's not happening. Teeth and Ambition, maybe? Teeth would make some sense. Spellbook. Oh no. Where's my Benja? Knock knock. Hello, Benja. Opponent inking Maui's is good to know, admittedly. Is my beast unscathed? Yes! Stonks. Alright, the question now is how much do we extend? Because, you know, be prepared. I think the answer is not very, and I just Yzma away my own Merlin. Yeah, let's ink a beastie. Questy. Yzma, button, select, boink. Off you go. No Benja? What's happening? I would like to blow up this spellbook, please. Opponent will get questing with the Board? I don't know. I think I need to have more ways to answer specifically Mini in this deck. We've been talking about it all day, but this card is continuing to be a massive headache. Well, I have all the card advantage you could ever want. And not a whole lot to do with it, because my draws have sucked. I start chaining off Elsa's next turn, though. That's pretty good. I think I got to set myself up to draw or grab your swords. It's probably the name of the game here. Pass. About 5 minutes left from what I was told. Be very shocked if we get to the end of this one, but cross our fingers, you never know. More Tremaines. Okay, well, goodbye, Tink. You tried your best. Like, when we can't handle Mini, it just adds so much to the spell books. Like, there's the Benger, at least. Alright, well, this needs to die. This also needs to die. Are we singing this? No, we're not. Bonk. Ink. Punch. I guess. The Tremaine can trade if it wants to. Or I could save the beast. Like. Yeah, I think I just saved the beast here, right? I think this might just be a bit too slow. Like, look, we have all the card advantage in the world, but it's so easy for us, our opponents to like goat us out now, because it took us a while to clear the Mini. It's an issue. Ursa is also very large. At least we can start Elsaing these down, I suppose. Opponent on 16. Time to go to work. Draw some cards. Quest. Be Prepared still exists, by the way. I don't really think I can much play around it at this point. I have a million cards. It's time to just throw stuff onto the board and cross my fingers. And if chaining Elsa's lets me race, then chaining Elsa's is what we'll do. But we'll rebuy the Ursula. It's not bad. Mini, stop it. I can clear it this time, but still. Okay, so Elsa has to sing here, is that what you're telling me? Sure. Punch. Maleficent. We've definitely stabilized. We're the one with all the cards, but, you know, it's not up to me if there's a Be Prepared in the hand. Last call for results has gone in, so I imagine our round will be starting pretty soon. Looking forward to it. Opponent finds some card advantage. Yep, there's the old goatee McGoatface. Let's just try and race. I can no longer beat a Be Prepared. I am not going to try. This has been my TED Talk. Off you go. I'd have run out of time before the next round started anyway if I was trying to. Yep. Alright, so the follow-up is going to be Beastie Boy. Beastie Boy. Ink Maleficent. Off you go. Keep an eye on the websites and stuff. Make sure we don't miss it. They do, in fact, have another Be Prepared, which, again, we were not being at this point. It's fine. Cool. I guess this is just Tinkerbell Goat. Got one more Elsa to try and stabilize here. If they have a third one, then fuck me, I guess. But you know. Oh, what the fuck? I clicked off my playlist by accident, which is quite funny. Oh, wow, Spotify logged me out. What the fuck? Well, this has to happen. I don't get a choice in the matter. Try and power win this game before our next round starts. I mean, we're technically on 18. Like, there we go. Is our round up? It is. Shit. Okay. I will see if we can steal this. If we can't, I'll concede. It's 9. 16. 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm not doing the math. I'm just going to see if we can get there. So, quest. Fox. 17. 18. I'm short, right? Because I can't play it all. I'm 1 ink short. Fuck. Alright, cool. That's fine. Let's get on with our tournament game. Opponent is yet to communicate with me, but they have seen my messages. Who are we playing against? I'll find out in a minute. Let's go. Let's get this game underway. Tick the box. Let's go. Glowbox. I don't know who that is. Kevin Doodoo is their name on Lorcana Play Network. So there you go. Alright, rushing into it. Let's go. Don't know what we're against. I'll keep a Tink. I'll keep a shiftable Tink. I'll probably throw the Benja in the dark. Let's see what we're against. Good luck, opponent. No 1-drop makes me want to ink this snake, which I will do. Off you go. Sorry, what are you sorry for, Pay No Heed? Nothing to be sorry for. It's all good. Ooh, finally, some amber. Amber steel, huh? Okay. Or at least I assume amber steel. Ink the Fox. Interesting. Opponent going to the floor here. Inking the Simba, choosing to play the Stitch, makes me think that we are staring down a Stitch Rockstar in a minute. So, I mean, I'm definitely tinking here. It'll probably just be tink into Tink Sing Storm. Or Tink Sing Swords. Yeah, it looks like Amber Steel to me. Well, this is going to be a disgusting blowout, isn't it? Just take my 3 for 1, I guess. I'm thinking what they want to discard with their Cinderella. Let's take a peek at what goes. Grab your swords, sure. I mean, that makes sense. They don't want too many of those in this matchup. Okay, well, we're not doing this. It's a bit too good to pass up on. It's not exactly efficient. It wastes all of Tinkerbell's damage, but it's a bit too good to just turn 4, grab your swords there, and put my opponent's plans in the garbage. Like that. That's pretty gross. Alright. I think the Eric questing here is fine. Pass. They can definitely get back into this if they're able to chain together like Cinderellas from here. Some good 5-cost cards. Like a Beast here would be a little annoying because I'll have to let the Storm Rage on it. They will grab your swords. They are not in good shape here. Let's draw some cards. Ink, the Olaf, Quest, Snake, pick up the rabbit. Yeah, we were talking about it a little bit. Pay no heed. I think I'm going to turn the Strength of a Raging Fire into a smash. Otherwise, I'm very happy with what the deck looks like. It's been very good. I've been very impressed, and I don't see myself being upset to play it going forward. How do I want to deal with this Stitch? I think I probably just Yzma it, right? Seems a bit too clean to not do that. Yeah, like this is probably drawing you more than 2 cards anyway. Just get your booty out of here. There's a chance you want 3 Smash and 2 Let the Storm Rage on. I think Let the Storm is just such a good card when it's good. But I think the deck is pretty close to perfect. Again, maybe you play a 3rd Ursula, a 2nd Elsa, switch the numbers there, but like, it's within 2-3 cards of where I think it should be. I think the deck's very, very good. Imagine not being able to Elsa this. That's unfortunate. Rabbit. Ink Rabbit, I guess, is probably where we are. And then we'll look to Elsa. Next turn, I think. I'm a really big fan of this deck. I'm probably going to play it at a local winner case if I can get the cards together. Opponent does indeed have the ability to sing another Grab Your Swords. I'm not too surprised by that. Do they have the 4th one is the question. Cindy, sure. Cindy's a real problem for this deck. So let's just try and go around it. Questing for 7 next turn makes any goat lethal. Cindy's very hard for us to clear. They had multiple Cindy's too. Alright, let's look for a goat. Benja is not a goat. Singing makes the goat not lethal anyway. Sure. Yep, Bono agrees. Strength is so good though. It's worse in this deck, unfortunately, Pei. We're not quite as good at going wide as a deck like Amber Steel. It's not bad, but it is worse. My opponent is not interested in talking. They're just like, I'll go first. It's like, okay, sure. That's fine. Into game 2 we go. So, Amber Steel song. Off to a winner case at the end of the month. Very nice. I'm hoping to be at the one in Manchester in the UK if I can pull the cards together. I might not be able to pull the cards together though. I don't like keeping Beast in this matchup. I think I'm just keeping Olaf, Mim, and nothing else here. This hand's not great. Wonder if my opponent's on Sleepy's Flutes. Might want to hold this Benja in case they are. You'll be at the one in Manchester. I'm hoping to be there, pay no heed, so hopefully I'll see you. I just don't know if I'll have the time and or ability and or be able to get hold of Beast Tragic Heroes, which might also be a problem. Okay. I'm going to ink the Maleficent here because I have a rabbit. And hopefully we don't see a turn 2 queen here. Fanboy 3, that's the one. That's the one. Stitch comes down, sure. No early shift for this grab your swords this game. Elsa's really not what we were looking for. Okay, let's just ink the Eric. Quest. Pick it up with our snaky friend. And Bastien. Yeah, I'm in a bit of a... It's a busy month. I want to play. I really do. But I have a pre-release the following day that I also have to go to for work reasons. Which means I'm staying overnight in Manchester. Which means if I want to play the Lorcana event, it's entry plus trains plus a hotel. It's like... Then I got a source cards that I don't have. Because I don't think I own 3 Elsas either, to be honest. I'd have to check. So yeah, I'm hoping to be there. I'm going to try and make it work, but no promises. Opponent will aerial on curve. What are we looking for? Find a Storm Rage on. Seems good. We find a hook. I'll ink the Olaf first because they know about it. Do we just run the Benja cold here? I don't think we do. That seems kind of bad. To be fair, Friends was probably pretty bad too. If we get wheeled, I'm going to be pissed off. I think the Benja was correct, actually. Opponent has the Stitch Rockstar, which is unfortunate. They also have a Raging Fire, which is even more unfortunate. Okay, we really need to kill this thing. And I don't see how we're doing it. Oh dear. Stitch Rockstar very likely to do what Stitch Rockstar does in a hot second. Opponent digging. Maybe they don't have any 2s to go with this, or 1s to go with this. They are just going to try and put their foot down, though. Which makes a lot of sense. Another swords. That's not great. Swords alone does not let me clear this Rockstar. Guess we're in rabbit territory. This kills a queen. Do I care about killing the queen? I don't think so. I think we might be in tag team territory next turn. That means not singing with Merlin this turn. Sure. It's a little annoying, but probably fine. If I get wheeled here, I'm going to be sad. Alright, at least if our opponent goes off this turn with a Stitch, they did finally find stuff. There's a good chance we get to clean it all up, at least. Maybe not. Oh, I don't know if I can wait any longer to try and snipe this Stitch. The board's just a bit too big. Again, a smash would go a long way here. In this case, a Let the Storm Rage On would be better. But we don't have the luxury. Yeah, I can't afford to wait here. Let's do this. Punch you. More aerials. Yeah, the Stitch is kind of running away with it. Ugh. That was what we feared. Alright, well we can clear the Stitch, but I don't think it matters, per se. Let's ink the Yzma and play out both of the cheap bodies. We couldn't fade a wheel forever, in fairness. My opponent had been quite unlucky with drawing them, but this game basically came down to the fact we could not find any feasible answer to a Stitch Rockstar in our early turns, and that's the reason to play Amber Steel. Well, one of the reasons. Because sometimes they just put you in a bin. I should have kept the Yzma. Cinderella was a real card. I'm playing sloppy now. I need to tighten up. It's getting late. It's been a long day, but I'm not playing very well all of a sudden. Need to sort that out before we go into game 3 here. If we're going into game 3, stop playing such bad Lorcana. Yeah, let's just move to game 3 here. Pretty brutal one. Game tray it is. I'll go first. All right. I think I'm keeping Shift Tink here. Good chance this beast becomes ink, but I think I keep one beast. There's a good chance it becomes ink. Well, one of them definitely becomes ink now, doesn't it? Sure. Stitch from the opponent makes some sense. Let's go Ink the Fox, play a Prince Eric, throw it back. Looking for grabby swords. That's the one that we want. Cinderella comes down. I think I'm probably inking the other beast here, you know. Well, not over Olaf, I'm not. Problem here, of course, is I can't make my opponent quest at all. So they're inking a Rockstar. Good lord, I'm in danger. All right, I'll take a grab your swords. I will take a grab your swords. I'm not picky. I'm not fussy. But I'll take a grab your swords. Not sword related. Let's hold the tink, I guess. I'll be sad if they spin the wheel on me, but I won't be sad otherwise. Am I playing this hook? Probably not. We're in danger here, unfortunately. Just again, found no way to handle Stitch before the big one landed on it. Raging Fire picks off the Eric, sure. Elsa? Jeez. Alright, now we've got to pick a lane. I think I'm just slamming the beast. But Inks of Cindy, so I have to assume they've got plans here. This is better into opposing beast than playing the Tink. Hey, villain, we're 3-2, unfortunately. It started strong, wheels have kind of fallen off, but we're doing our best. Hopefully you're well. Opponent shifts to Cindy. Okay, I'm gonna need a Ursula, and I'm gonna need it now. I'm sad that your run didn't go quite so well. Opponent thinking about whether they quest here. Yeah, it's all good. These things happen. If I was trying to win this thing, I wouldn't have been streaming live. I would have put a delay on. But is my opponent trying to tell me to check my messages or something? I don't know. No, doesn't look like it. They're just thinking about whether they whole new world or not. Is that it? Maybe they're watching the stream? I don't know. They don't know whether it's a whole new world, do they? Yeah, it's been fun to be involved. It's been fun to be involved, for sure. Thank you, Paynoheed. I appreciate that. I will certainly hit you up if I'm in need of cards. I appreciate it. By all means, drop me a message on Twitter if you're able to do so, and I might very well be in touch. Opponent is taking their sweet time here. Why are you greetingsing me? They were thinking about whether they quested, sure. You think they may be glitched? I mean, they should probably message me if that's the case. I'm just going to hop into one of the judge chats real quick, guys. I do apologize. Oh, is there an ask questions button? What's going on here? Opponent's responding to me in Discord, apparently. You're bugged? Okay, they're bugged. Yeah, I'll call the judge. I don't know how this has to be resolved in a tournament setting, unfortunately. So I'll nudge a judge and see what the situation is. This is a bit shit, but I guess we'll figure out what's going on. Hello guys, sorry to bother you. Is this the right way to do this? Yeah, we're okay. We have an issue. My opponent appears to be bugged or glitched in some capacity in the middle of game 3 because they cannot click the last card in their hand or appear to make any game actions. I didn't know what we had to do to resolve this from this point forward. They are, yes. Uh, yeah. Right. Okay. Do you want to try and hop back in and see if it fixes the problem? Sure. Sorry, Zach. I didn't realize you were with somebody else. I've just been granted a victory on screen. Thanks, Zach. I appreciate the help and the heads up on that. It's a tough one. Obviously, they think they're in a winning position. I think I think I am. So it's hard for me to say the same thing. No, exactly. Sure. Thank you. I appreciate your time. Well, that's a crap way for that to go, isn't it? I mean, tournament policy is tournament policy, I guess. People run things how they want to run them. But, yeah, that's not a lot of fun, is it? Let's be honest. Cool. Thanks, Painahid. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Sorry, I've just caught up with chat after dealing with everything in the chat. They weren't messaging me on LPN. No, they just weren't responding at all on LPN. Tried, asked around, didn't have anything come through, so that's why we hopped in a Discord call. Obviously, you heard my side of that just now, but I don't know if you heard theirs. I don't think I have Discord audio on my OBS. Shift Cinderella causes several bugs and glitches. That's good to know, I guess. I definitely wouldn't have played Amber Steel if I knew that. Thank you, Villain. I appreciate the good luck. Well, as I say, that's a pretty crap way for that to break, but we are 4-2 officially, which is... I shouldn't complain. Obviously, that favours me. You know, I'm happy that I get a win, but I think that game is genuinely super close in the sense that they clearly think they're favoured if they can wheel with the Stitch. I think I'm fairly ahead if it's not a wheel. It's pretty crap. Okay, all right. Well, we've got 18 minutes. I'll play some ladder games while we chill. But we are 4-2. We got what, 3 rounds to go. We need to win them all. Amber Steel on the other side. Cool. Very cool. All right. So we know we're against Amber Steel here. I'm fine keeping the Olaf to see if we can find a snake. I don't mind throwing away Fox Benja in the dark. Maybe we throw the swords in the dark. I don't know. I feel like I'm supposed to keep this against Amber Steel these days. Maybe not on the draw, though. Maybe I'm banking too much on drawing a small tink. Yeah, to be honest, without the small tink, that's probably a swords I'm supposed to throw back. Wow, opponent inked the queen here too as well, so this is probably going to be a quick windmill of our hand, which is good to know. Let's get this strength. Is the strength always going in the inkwell? Yeah, I think it is. Ink the strength, play the Olaf. Pass. Might be getting spell sung here pretty quickly. If the opponent's willing to ink a queen on turn 1. There. That's just a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. That's not how I wanted that to go. I just think it's hard for us to... I think we're so ridiculously ahead if it's not a wheel. But if it is a wheel, who knows? That's rough. Man. Yep. Shifted queen on turn number 2. Are we spinning the wheel immediately? We're not. We're just questing. Cool. Okay. Well, that's probably worse for us, actually. I'd like this hand to be shifted away. Oh, hello. Okay. Now we need to hope to keep our hand until turn 4, I guess. It's pretty good if we do, though. Whew. Inks a Rapunzel. I don't even remember the last time I saw a Rapunzel get resolved. It feels like it's been forever. Doc's a cool one. I like Doc. I like Doc in the Mufasa deck a lot. So seeing it in other places is also very sweet. We're pretty happy to ink a Fox in that scenario. And load up on our friend Tinkerbell and pass. And hopefully, if we have a hand next turn, we just get to go shifty, singy, and smash our opponent's stuff away. Which is pretty good. We're inking... Okay, are we on Musketeers or something? Inking Goofy. Opponent doing some cool stuff. I'm about it. I am about it. Oh, no. Do they have removal for my Tink? Because it's going to be really bad if they do. Okay. That's annoying, but sure. Ink and Olaf. I think I'm supposed to just now Fox Punch my opponent's Doc. Do I replay this Olaf? I don't think I do. Off you go. If I get wheeled, I'll be sad for not playing it out. But I feel like my opponent is going to wheel now or never. If they've got it, this is the turn. Right. It looks like it's not a wheel. At least I lean towards believing it's not a wheel. This is interesting. What am I supposed to do here? Clear one of these queens out? I think this plays best, potentially, into a wheel if they find one. So let's sing ping and then grab your swords, and I can tink away the other one next turn if they don't wheel. I think that's the line. Mickey Mouse Musketeer going in the Inkwell. Last card in hand's got to be pretty good. It was a wheel. They held their patience, and I almost punished them for it. Happy that we made the line that... Okay, yeah, Rapunzel makes me a little sad, but we took the line that plays best into getting wheeled and used as many of our resources as we possibly could. I don't hate that too much, but we're now pretty far behind, I think. Small queen, sure. Would really like to have drawn another grab your swords, but opponent... Why is there 4 beasts? Why would you do this to me? I have so many beasts. Why are none of them swords? All right. Shifty. Cinderella is a issue. No Yzma to help us clear that either. Our wheeled hand was crap. Oh, they had the Storm too. Jeez. Okay. Well, at least we can answer the Cinderella now. And by that I mean no, we can't answer the Cinderella now because that's how Cinderella works. I'm just talking shit. Man, okay, these draws have been cheeks. I guess we are continuing to beast. That's probably the name of the game here, right? Off you go. They have another storm? Oh, dude. This one's going in the garbage can. This is the Amber Steel dream. This is the reason to play this deck. No doubt. It's lined up a bit better for our opponent in this game than it did us. Oh, yeah, dunked on. If you can imagine if I'd been able to clear that queen out, good God. We'd be in so much better shape. Cindy's just so good at punching beasts. It's unreal. A bit late, grab your swords. I'm going to cash this one out because we are dead as a doorknob. And see if I can get in a game in the next 9 minutes before, well, probably 19 minutes before the next round starts. That one was pretty brutal. Jesus. Sapphire Steel, sure. We can work with that. Thanks everyone who's hanging out, by the way. If you have been enjoying the content and the like, I can put the music back on now that we're done with the judge call, actually. Do pop us a like on the video, a subscription to the channel if you haven't done so already. Every little helps. So we're against Sapphire Steel, so I don't have to worry about keeping Tinkerbell's. The rest of this hand is pretty good though, honestly, so sure. Let's go. Ink the Olaf, play Captain Hook. Sure. Let's go ink the Eric. This is a much better start. Let's go questy, snakety. Whoop. Off you go. Inking a Cinderella. You love to see it. I accept. Opponent with the Eric. Sure. That's pretty good. It's going to slow me down a bit. Ink the Hook they know about. Maleficent. And then start getting into rabbit territory in the next couple of turns. Opponent King a small Cinderella. Sure. That one we care less about. Opponent has the Mickey on curve, so their start's pretty good too, honestly. See how this one plays out. I'll ink the Tinkerbell. It's not great against all this resist I expect to be coming from my opponent in a minute. I'll draw another one anyway, apparently. Yeah. A kind of a brick wall from this Eric, which is a little annoying. But ink is Popsicle, sure. I think their hand is definitely very light on inkables if they're inking Popsicles. I guess I kind of got bailed out by drawing this Tink. I should have been holding it for Beast. I'm starting to get tired. It's been a long day. Thankfully, my deck bailed me out. Let's ink a Beast. We have to slam our own and look to turn off their Beast next turn. if possible. Yeah, man, 9 rounds of Swiss and a whole top 8 is too much in one day, I think, these days. I'm not cut out for it anymore. Your boy is tired. At least normally after 9 rounds of Swiss, I get a break before I play day 2. Opponent will get smashing. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we really need to turn off this beast 100% this turn, which they're letting us do, admittedly, to make sure that we don't get sad. I don't get to trade for it efficiently though, which is a bit of a shame. That's fine, we'll make it work. So we go spray damage, and then we get to clear these up for free. And pass. The Hades is pretty good. Alright, well we've got some resources to work with here, but our opponent has the board, that's for sure. We find a goat, let's draw a card. Am I trading a fox for the beast? Yeah, probably. Ooh. It's tempting to hit the Mickey there, but I think the Hades makes that math awful. But it finds a bell. That's a bit scary. Man, this is too many snakes. Okay, Ursula's not bad. I think I just goat here, you know. How long have we got on the round? 5 minutes or so by the looks of it. A little less, 3 minutes. So probably 13 minutes. Yeah, I mean, opponent put their foot down. Can't deny that. Do I have a clean way of killing this Hades? I don't think I do. So, bump heads. Bump heads. Ursula, knock you back down to 15. Ooh, the Elsa's a good one there. Let's hold on to this snake, actually. That seems like it's probably pretty good. What am I inking? Is it just the friends? Maybe it is the friends. And I'll just cantrip this, it's fine. Okay, I have a plan. I don't know if it's going to be good enough, but I do have a plan. That's a really good one for my opponent to draw there too. Arguably quite rude, some would say. Alright. Foot down. Elsa, tap, tap. Questy. Snake. Pick up rabbit. Trigger. Ink. Yzma. Yeah. We're not going to want to do that at this point in the game, I don't think. Go. See what the opponent's top deck is. Time to Elsa race. Fishbone Quill is not one we're worried about. Ink. Quest. 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 Elsa. Boink, boink. Rabbit. Draw. Off you go. So we're at 19 next turn. We don't quite win, which is a shame, but we can just pick up an Elsa and lock again. Beastie Boy. Oh, do we win now? 18. 3. Yeah, we're good. Click. 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 Boink. Oh, we actually got there anyway, right? I was just dumb. That's the fatigue kicking in a little bit. Okay, I think I need to take a break from playing, because well, my rank just didn't change. Cool. I need to take a short break. I think we only have... There'll be no intentional draws allowed in this event. Yeah, I'm aware, don't worry. There are 37 minutes on the clock. I'll pop to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll see where we are. So stay with me. Be right back. Awesome. Let's see where we are. I might just take a few minutes to chill, because the fatigue is starting to kick in. We're on hour 7. Well, heading into hour 7. Been in front of my desk with a light blaring in my face all day. It's a lot. Cool. So people are in turns now, which should make it fairly close if they don't add another 10 minutes on. I can get rid of the be right back thing now. Cool. Hopefully we'll be into round 7. Oh my god, round 7. There's still so long to go. Soon enough. Appreciate you all hanging out. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourself a little bit. Having a lovely Sunday afternoon, evening, wherever you are. Whoa. Alrighty. All right, pause, refresh, breathe, think, brain, you know, all that stuff. We're still in it. We need to win 3 in a row, but we are still in it. So let's screw our head on and try our best. Lots of fireworks in the Discord at the moment. What is this? 2 to 5, 6, 7. So a single person on 7 and 2 is going to make it. That's pretty brutal. I'm probably dead already, but... Oh, I guess there's no intentional draws here, so maybe not. We are still playing for top 16 glory too, in fairness. Because top 16 gets something, I think. Round's not completed yet. Let me go remind myself. Promos. They get promo cards, which is cool. So not completely dead yet. Let's cross our fingers and try and claw our way through. Hopefully these rounds end pretty quickly this time. I'm definitely feeling the fatigue. It's making me play it like a little bit loose, a little bit sauce. But that's okay. You can't always be playing at your best. Oh, there's so many messages. Jeez. Looks like the individual who is leading the admin team is typing, so hopefully that means we have a round coming. Last call for table 12, 72, and 84. So there's apparently 3 tables just wrapping things up. Is top 8 playing today or tomorrow? It'll be up to the players that make it. Fuck me dead. Pardon my language. Good lord, that's gonna suck. If everyone wants a disco today. Alright, play some chill vibes. Not long now. I should probably take a second to move this server into my Pixelborn servers too, because I have folders for those types of things. You know? Try and stay organized. Looks like there's a discrepancy about a potential extension, which is causing a little bit of wait time. Hopefully not too long. Yeah, I enjoy playing these, but I think in the future, if they're going to be 9 rounds big, I can't do it. They're just too long, too much of the day. We'll see though. We'll see. Maybe it's okay if you give up your whole weekend for it, but it's a bit different if you're playing events IRL, you know? If you're traveling to something, you can play 9 rounds and be okay with it, because you get to go out for dinner with your friends afterwards, go crash. I've just been sitting at my desk on my own all day. It's pretty depressing. Alrighty. Seems to be some yelling going on. About this extension. Hopefully it's an easy fix. I don't know. I'm barely paying attention at this point. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting, folks. Obviously, this is the part of the tournament that's beyond my control, and I no longer have the energy to keep jamming games on the ladder in between rounds, so I'm afraid I'm just going to be a little bit more passive while we wait for things to get resolved and the next round to get started. I hope that's acceptable, understandable, believable, any of the above. I think I realised why this is hitting me so hard, actually, truth be told. I guess when I normally play 9-round events, they start at 9 AM my time, not 3 PM my time. That probably doesn't help. In fairness. Come on. Give me a round. I want to disco. I am an impatient soul. I'm sorry. Let's give the page a refresh, see if we're in luck. Oh, we are. Who are we against? Joe Prey. Okay. Let's disco. Button pressed. Make sure that we have a chance at going first. Let's refresh the page one time to make sure the timer has started. Cool. Okay. Let's party. Good luck, everybody. So we don't know what we're against. I'm pretty happy to keep these 5, I believe. Ooh, something sapphire. Okay. That's probably not good, honestly. Popsicle matchups are pretty bad for us traditionally, but give it a go. Here's an Olaf. There are many like it, but this one is mine. So it's definitely ramp. What's the second colour? I'm hoping it's not steel, but I have a feeling it probably is. Quest. Ink. Snake. Boink. Off you go. So opponent now knows that we are on Amethyst Steel. They are still just Sapphire in my books right now. Doing a good job of obscuring whether they're Ruby or Steel. It's making it hard to educate my plays. How very unfortunate. I will Maleficent. Draw a Tink, get questing. They are indeed steel, okay. So thankfully I can ping the beast with this smash. And that's okay. I don't like having to spend my turn doing it, but it is what it is. Here's where the songs would be better, because I would be able to play a rabbit too. Instead I just have to smash the beast to keep it turned off. Off you go, opponent. Inks a bell. I did forget about the popsicle, in fairness. I don't think it changes very much, but it does mean my opponent can trade into me. If they'd like to. Which I should have thought about. Interesting that we chose not to draw a card off of Judy instead. Curious. I think I'd rather have just taken my card, but... yeah, that's fine. We're questing. Okay. Am I tanking this beast down to for warning myself? Is that what's going on? I think it might be what's going on. Beast of my own, off you go. Let's see if you have a Tinkerbell for me. Inking another bell is good news. I'm happy to see that. They have a Cindy, sure. That's a bit of a concern. Okay. Now what? I have so many rabbits, it's unreal. My opponent's so capable of punching beasts as well, it's a bit offensive. Alright, let's... ink. That was probably wrong, actually. God damn it, Scott. Wake up. I should have kept the snake, that was bad. That was bad. Okay. Starting to play pretty loose, unfortunately. It's late. Opponent will Hades. Tuck one of these beasts. Kind of glad that I played the second now. I need to find a way to challenge this Cindy, though. She's big. That'll do it. That is what it's in the deck for. Okay, slow down, Scott. Use your brain. I don't really want to give my opponent 2 cards, but I also really don't want to let them have a Cinderella in play. So. Currently questing for 4. I might just kill the Judy, to be honest. I have enough card draw. I think it's fine. Opponent can bump into the beast if they want. That's fine. Otherwise, it takes care of the Hades, and I have enough rabbits in my hand to draw cards for eternity. I think protecting it is just wrong, and would have been very wrong, because they would have tinked me anyway. Yep. And now the Eric gets the trade for the Hades, which I'm also fine with. Popsicle. Maybe it doesn't if they want to break the Popsicle. They do not. That's fine by me. So it's a pretty great draw here. Let's punch down Hades. Play the Ursula. Draw an Elsa. Not going to complain about that one either. Time to start chaining together some endgame. Hopefully we can put this together. Another Tinkerbell, sure. I'm actually ahead of them on ink, which is hilarious. They whole new world us. That's fine, I think. The hand we drew is pretty crap, but that happens. This is just Sing Sing Tink to clear, right? Surely. And then I'll probably just fox back the Ursula and pass. Losing the Elsa's a bit sad, but my hand was full of rabbits. There is a bell. Inking Hiram. Okay. That's a little surprising. Would love to draw an Elsa here, not gonna lie. Swords have been grabbed. Okay. Ask and you shall receive, chat. So taking 2 would not kill my Tink. I would quest for 1 less. Nah, it's fine. Just send the Mim in. I think I'm just inking the Tink and passing here. Hades, sure. Tucks away the Elsa, smashes the Tink. Okay. Opponent's keeping up. We actually lost all those rabbits to a discard effect, which is pretty brutal for this Yzma. Ursula knocks a law off, draws us a card. Tink is not what we're looking for. Opponent is down 2 whole new worlds. Okay. Let's just Eric Fox pick up the Ursula. Pass. I think my opponent's slightly ahead here, unfortunately. Cogsworth is big. That's a good one. Well, they've got some tools, that's for sure. Up to 10 lore they go. Drawing a Maleficent is not the best, not the worst. Ursula will strip a 3rd lore and draw us another card. Maleficent can draw us another card. Benja is not really what we're looking for right now. This is getting a little rough. This card is nuts, dude. Yeah, okay. The Cogsworth is so damn good. I'd need to do 7 to get through this Hades. That's disgusting. They are questing for a win, though. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is tough. One else are gone. Gotta decide if I Yzma their stuff or Yzma my own, and I think the best chance I have of winning here is to Yzma my own. Not quite what I had in mind. So deals 3. Only deals 2. Deals 1. Dude, this is so brutal. I think we're just short here, unfortunately. 4th Hades. Ugh. The Cogsworth, man. The Cogsworth is so good. Just no way we're getting through these gigantic backsides with our steel damage. 15, 16, 17 lore. That's where I can get us to. Yep. Alright, gonna need to take game 2 and game 3. Alright, gotta take 2 in a row. Let's see if we can do it. Sapphire Steel, huh? This hand is actually kind of mediocre. Opponent full mulliganed. I don't think we want to be doing basically any of this in the matchup, which is not stellar. This is a fairly uninkable hand, unfortunately. I guess we're going to hope to draw an inkable card. Or we're going to be slightly sad. I don't ink the Eric. Throw down a popsicle, makes sense. Dude. Oh god, this is bad. Double grabby swords is not really what you want in this spot. Need my hand to function. It does not currently. Inking Fishbone, sure. For Eric. Okay. What is this? Dude. I think I have to cantrip this, let the Storm Rage on just to try and draw inkables. It's not great. Oh, this hand is about as worse as it could possibly be. Final smash. Checks out. I'll take a rabbit. Whoa, good god. This is the hill we die on, huh? Drawing all of our uninkable top end. Ugh. That is how it goes sometimes. They have the duty to eat their popsicle. Sure. Ink's a bell. I think they're a little light on inkables themselves, perhaps. They're doing fine. Popsicles just increase that consistency quite significantly. I mean, these grabby swords literally don't do anything, which is miserable. I guess I have to do this with the intention of doing it again next turn by drawing an inkable and then drawing another inkable and starting to chain together my top end. That's the only hope. Cogsworth is fine, actually. We still get through. All right. Just back to back to back inkables. That's all we want. One more, and then another one. They do have a Tinkerbell of their own. They're running out for tempo reasons. Sure. Okay. Door's not closed, I guess. I can't actually Elsa this Cogsworth, which is super annoying. But Punt is also now beginning to curve out, and they have much more of a threatening board and a higher lore total than I do. This is going to be an uphill battle, but, I mean, sometimes you've got a plan, and the plan has to work, and there are no other options but for the plan to work. There's so many Cinderellas. Oh god, why? The Tink is fine, I guess. I mean, it's not, but... Elsa, 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 oi, oi, oi. That's the plan. Punt has a smash. And a fire the cannons. You can ping just about whatever you want. I don't really have alternatives here. So what, if I lock down the Cindy's, you're questing for 2, 4, 6 anyway? Yeah. That's how it goes sometimes. I'll take a goat to steal it. Opponent redraws with a popsicle. Tinkerbell, sure. I'll take a goat. One time. He is the greatest for a reason. Come on, Merlin. Come on, you savvy, savvy animal. God damn it! Brutal. Brutal way for that run to come to an end. He was so scared I had it as well. Oh, rough one. Rough one. Okay, well, not our day today. 4 and 3 is probably me going to wrap things up for today. It's been a long one, and we are dead for prizes. So, that is where I'm at. But thank you, everyone, for watching. It's been fun. Hopefully you've enjoyed it too. And hopefully there's many more events like this one, because they were very, very fun. And Lorcana is better for them. But until next time, I've been Howling Minds. You've been amazing. Take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe.